Test YouTube 1 2 3. Test.
Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2 3.
Okay, welcome everyone. Okay, we're going to get started. Thanks everyone for joining. We will call to order our Committee of the Whole meeting and start by recognizing that we live, work, and play on the city of Port Alberni, which is situated on the unceded traditional territories of the Hupachesit and Sechot First Nations. We do have an agenda in front of us. Are there any late items to add from council? Seeing none, any late items from our corporate officer?
No late items, Madam Mayor.
Okay, would somebody like to move approval of our agenda?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Mealy. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And we have minutes from the meeting held at 6 p.m. on February 20th, 2024 as presented.
Move to adopt.
Moved to adopt by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any comments on the minutes? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. So we'll move on to public input period. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address to address our committee. A maximum of 6 speakers for up to 5 minutes each can be accommodated. And for those participating electronically, please use the raise your hand feature and you'll be called on in the order that your hands appear. So I will go to members of the public. I just wanted to state first that I know that some people are here specifically to speak to the budget, of course, and I just wanted to note that there are changes to be proposed to the budget. So I've seen a lot of communication online from people just thinking that the budget is a firm number as it is. So for anyone who isn't a normal part of our process, there's a lot of time still to make changes to that. And I've got specifically a list of suggested changes to make today. So I'm going to go to the 3 hands that I see here. So the first gentleman in the black coat, if you want to come forward to the microphone at the back. And when you come to the mic, you can just turn it on and then you can just introduce yourself with your name, please.
Red is good. That's the exact opposite from everything in my line of work.
It's never what people expect.
Yeah. Right on.
And if you could just hold the microphone toward you, because it's specifically for people online.
Right. So I don't think I've only attended one other council meeting in the past. So my name is Mike Goslin. I work at Catalyst Paper here in town. Lived in the town about 10 years. I'm a process control specialist, so I program systems for a living. Work on all kinds of one-off problems. I haven't attended a lot of meetings, so I feel like a little bit of this is my fault for when I go on a gripe about something and then I decide to attend a meeting. But I've downloaded the last 3 or 4 budgets here, and it seems to me like we've got a spending problem in this city, and this is just my point of view, where we're spending far more money than we're bringing in for revenue. And I think that's been going on for a little while, and it looks to me like somebody might be balancing the budget now, trying to balance the budget, and so we don't run such large deficits. The plan that was presented, which you just mentioned, Sherry, that may not be what comes to be, so take this with a grain of salt. When I see numbers of 16.8% in 2024, 9.83% in 2025, 9.16% 2026, so on, 5.62 and 4.83. That means that by 2028, our taxes will go up, when you compound that, by 55.12%. That is a non-digestible number. And sorry I'm being so difficult here by throwing these numbers out, but it is what it is. So for every $1,000 a person currently pays, they're going to be paying $1,500. When I break down these budgets and look in the last while here, I go back to 2022. Our budget revenue was $40,370,000. Our expenses were $46,354,000. Negative just shy of $6 million. When I go to 2023 and look at the budget revenue and expenses, we were negative $8 million. When I go to 2024 on the proposed budget, at the 16.86%, we're still negative $1.8 million. When I go to 2025, we add another 9.5% to that. We're still going to be negative $2,300,000 by what's projected here. These are tough decisions, but somebody is going to have to cut something. This is not doable. like I said, I feel like I maybe haven't lived in this community long enough to say some of this. I've been here 10 years, but I moved my mother to this community and my sister to this community. I might be able to afford that personally. They cannot. And I'm sorry to be so difficult, like I said, but they cannot. Everybody has more pressure, and there's a lot of people with fixed incomes. That is far too much. I understand things are probably gonna go up. When I look at what's happened from the Stats Canada website, 2021, the inflation was 3.4%, 2022, 6.8, 2023, 3.9, right? With what's went on, I think maybe we didn't digest a little bit of this in the last couple of budgets, but some tough decisions got to be made. So that's what I came here to say, and I apologize for if I'm coming off like unpositive, but I just don't see any way around it. It's too much. People can't digest this. They can't live with this. It's too much. But even if this budget gets cut back, or this increase gets cut back, but the spending doesn't get cut back, it's once again just going to push our problem down the road some more, which when I look at the last, I pull up a whole bunch of the old budgets online, that's what I see, right? That's what I see. My background with what I do, I've run multi-million-dollar projects. The last two of the three big ones at Catalyst Paper, I actually have been a part of, and I brought them in on budget. I know I may not have the background that some people have in financial planning and stuff like that, but I still see this has to be doable. It has to be doable. So that's all I came to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your input, Mike. And just for people who are sitting in the audience who don't attend council meetings on a regular basis, we don't allow applauding or booing, and specifically because we want everyone to feel comfortable speaking in this room. So often what we see is if people start clapping for one speaker, they'll boo another, and it just leads to a place of people not being comfortable coming up to the microphone. So if you could refrain from that, it would be appreciated, and we'll get to as many speakers as we can. The next person that I have was the gentleman in the back. Thank you.
Evening, Council. My name is Peter Finch. I'm not here to talk about Fire Smart. I'll leave that for other discussions. I'm here to talk about the budget, and I agree very much with the gentleman who was just in front of me. You need to get control. Your budget is out of line. You're asking for way too much, 17%. I know you're going to cut it to 12% or something, which is really what you want, because I was told that last year. Now, a couple of things. What is your staffing budget and what is your staffing number? We ask that a lot, we don't get it. It's probably, I think, about 75% of your budget, which means that's the one thing you should be looking at to control. If you're playing, I mean, you go to these budget meetings and you're constantly arguing about the 25%, you know, a dollar here, a dollar there. You need to look at the 75%. So we would like, the public would like to know what is the number, what has it been for the last 10 years so we can see where it is. If I look at your budget now, and I think I found some of the stuff, like your chief administration officer has gone up 44%. Your corporate services, 20%. Clerical reception, 30%. I think water administration, 81%. Now you're either giving very big raises or you've got more people in there, one or the other. We'd like to know. We'd like you to give us your manning charts. Don't have to put names on it, just numbers. So we can see what's been happening over the last 10 years, because I agree with the gentleman, something has increased. The other thing, when you look at your capital and your maintenance, you keep asking for tax increases for capital, tax increases for maintenance. And yet, once you raise the tax, you're gaining that money every year. So you have a capital budget, you have a maintenance budget every year. You don't have to keep increasing the tax for those particular items. They exist. So I'm asking, why are you asking for more money? And I guess the other part, the last part I'll leave, is if you look at your last 5-year plans, last year you were asking for 2.13 million this year. Now you're asking for 4.7. I think you should give up on 5-year planning. You're not doing it very well. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Peter, and I'll ensure that your questions around staffing get into the budget Q&A document. I think some of that information may already be in there, but whatever's left out, we'll make sure that it gets added. Thank you. And then the woman right here, thank you.
Hello, I haven't been here before. My name is Lorna LeBlanc. And I want to start off by saying that I did quite a bit of research on the computer. The latest numbers I could find were in 2022, which told me that at that time, 27% of the population of this local area were senior citizens. Now, I don't know how many in that 27% are homeowners, but I imagine it would be substantial. I want to know what percentage of the property taxed are senior citizens living in their own homes. I'd also like to know what percentage of this budget contributes toward the manageable, reasonable, day-to-day existence of those seniors in view of their household income. I note that most seniors have an income of 45% less than the minimum wage, and that was in a report prepared by Isabel McKenzie at the recent wonderful and very effective town hall meeting that she held at the Barclay that I was fortunate enough to attend. I note that Cindy Solda was also present at that meeting. She presented a factual, common sense, excellent report to us. Cindy had a copy, and I hope that that was shared with City Council, and I hope that council members pursued and perused it very carefully. After that meeting, I spent some time doing my own research on my computer at home, mainly in terms of age discrimination. I discovered a publication by the BC Human Rights Commission, and under the sections regarding accommodation, service, and facility that, quote, a person or business that provides services to the public cannot discriminate against someone because of their age, unquote. Included in the values of that philosophy are, quote, government services in transit, and, quote, recreation centers and other public facilities. So I was reminded, for example, of the last election when Peak Radio announced ad nauseum that Handy Dart was providing free transportation for compromised residents to get down and vote in the last election. Unfortunately, Handy Dart was not included in that plan, nor were they informed. And in fact, they were not providing transportation, free or otherwise. Sadly, a significant number of votes were lost as a result. The impact of that, given that some of the important positions on City Council were what they call squeakers, was quite significant. There are a number of seniors who have relied on Aquafit, the hot tub, and the gymnasium at Echo for their ability to handle pain, their ability to work on fitness, and if they're isolated or living alone, their need for socialization. This appears to relate to the, quote, recreation centers and other public facilities noted in the publication by BC Human Rights. It seems that city tax dollars, much of which is provided by seniors living in their own homes, need to be used to benefit them in a manner at least on par with the development and beautification of neighborhoods like the Argyle area. For example, the tax dollars spent on the development and beautification of that area will result in a substantial increase in the value of those properties currently owned by investors and entrepreneurs. That's not the case with seniors living in their own homes. When the value increases in their homes, they just have less money. Unless they're forced to sell, which is what happened to the folks in Tofino that I have talked to. Isabel Mackenzie pointed out the dire need, and I stress dire need, for City Council to support a seniors advisory committee reporting directly to City Council in all communities, including ours. I understand Mr. Dennis Save was a driving force in this concept in Port Alberni in the past. Unfortunately, the last two city councils have been noticeably less interested to date. But now would be an excellent time to engage Mr. Save's experienced input prior to the approval of this budget to ensure that seniors are considered, respected, and included in a recognizable manner. And I'm not talking about crosswalks painted 50 shades of gray, unless, of course, you're using reflective paint. I look
Lorna,
forward
you're-
to a motion
Thanks, your time is
that
up, so
this
I was
advisory
just- You don't have to
committee-
speak over me. I was just going to say, I can give you a moment if you want to just wrap up.
I
Thank
would
you.
like a moment. I just want to say that I look forward to a motion coming from City Council to create the Seniors Advisory Committee and make it part of your budget as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and I've got the woman just at the front here.
Hi, my name is Mary Rose. I'd like to thank the people that went before me because I did not come prepared with numbers. And so the first two gentlemen in particular, I'd like to really say thank you very much for coming with those numbers. And I'd like to say thank you to the council for doing your job. I do appreciate it, although I am here to speak about my disapproval of this year's budget. I have moved here approximately 11 years ago, and I moved here because it was an affordable city and my taxes were low, my home cost was low, but since then my home price has gone up, and every year I'm just paying more and more and more. And so although I myself can afford the tax increase, I work with in home care with seniors, and I also have a lot of people in my life that are younger trying to buy homes. And so I know from both type of people, the seniors and anyone new home buyers, they're all both going to struggle. Right now, the cost of living has gone up way too much. People are barely able to afford food to put on their tables. We have child poverty issues, and our city has a huge really high number. I'm sorry, I couldn't find it when I was looking just before I came in here. I did see it before, but we have quite a substantial number of people living in poverty in our city. And so I do know, and all of you also know, that this number being too high is going to affect all of them and all of us. So I would really appreciate if you guys can think about those things when you make your decision.
Thank you, Mary. Mr. Anderson.
I'm just going to mention first, if there's anyone that normally doesn't come to a meeting that would like to speak before me, I have to give them my chance. If it's
I was going to people first before you, but I didn't see any
Well, I'm
other
just-
hands, so I
okay.
will. I do see one at the back now. I will go to that.
Okay,
But
I just-
you're next, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much. I want to bring up just some figures that I did in my own, because I do support what was said, and you know that because I've brought it up numerous times. What it costs a person, I'm looking at my own situation, and I'm not one of the people that are finding the difficulty that some others are, but it is hard to balance. You require your insurance on a house. I've got a very low insurance rate, but I had to compensate for things at $1,500 a month. I canceled my earthquake, which was just a little above 300. Utility bills, I think it's 3 times a year, correct me if I'm wrong, is $1,065. House tax went from 3,200, and based on the, let's say the 17%, and I do expect that there'll be some adjustment, it goes to 3,744, a difference of $544 a year. Basic cost to stay in the house is, thought I had all this down. $6,309 annually, $505 a month. And that's without the earthquake. Let's hope it. So $550, and that's if you don't have a mortgage. And I'm thinking right now of younger people that you touched on at the last meeting I spoke here, that it was, and I mentioned that it's making it harder for them with these tax increases, because this doesn't include, the 550 doesn't include mortgages. And I don't know who can afford, and younger people can afford in this community, on top of the 550, a very healthy mortgage to get into a house. So it doesn't only affect seniors, but young people as well. My increases in my 3 pensions, my work pension, my Canada pension, and my old age, I got about 120, let's say $122, $125 increase, cost of living increase. The cost of my taxes are 400% more than that. So I'm taking my cost of living for food and all, et cetera, and I'm handing it over to City Council. And it doesn't nearly cover my increase. Just to make you aware of one situation. Now, this doesn't include your maintenance in your house, your TV, your electricity, and all the other expenses. It doesn't cover the cost of going to the grocery store. I don't know how anyone can afford to live in Port Alberni now if they're a younger person, and too many seniors who are, as been mentioned by the past speakers, are hurting. Now, I've tried numerous times, along with the MPR municipal pension things, to encourage you to reestablish that seniors committee, and never got too much input back. We were referred off. And I hope that, I don't understand why we only had one person. I know your busy schedules, I understand that. And Councillor Haggard had another commitment, but only one person showed up at the meeting with Isabel. It was so informative. I'd heard most of the stats before, but she upgraded and refreshed what they are now. It's 20 years since I was involved in pensions. So that's where I stand, and I'm not the one. I'm not in a situation like other seniors are, but still, I still struggle now. God help me if there's an earthquake. Anyway, I just wanted to provide that information if it's of any value to anyone. But I don't get the last comment. I don't get the impression that in the past year anyway, that this council has taken this issue seriously. And I wish some of you had made that Isabel's presentation. It was an eye-opener, reinforced a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Council, I have 2 people who have had their hands up to speak. We've had 5 people speak so far, so we have room for 1 left. Wondering if council is supportive of adding 1 more person to our list today. If there's general agreement, if that's fine. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Then I'm going to go to the woman at the back in the red, and then Charlene.
Honorable Mayor, councilors, my name is Sue Alvarez. I am a retired working woman, retired from a federal government job and had to keep working to keep on living. I spent about a year and a half working at the budget rental facility on 3rd Ave, and saw a constant parade of people who were renting storage units to put all their possessions in because they couldn't afford to rent anymore. So they were couch surfing, living with other people, with small children because they couldn't afford rent. And I'm wondering if in the budget, there has been an allotment for a huge increase in the little mini homes for the homeless. Because with the mortgage rates going up, with the cost of living going up, and with the tax increase, we're creating homelessness. And I think it's shameful. And if it's the idea to fill the tiny home project, then it's a good idea. If it's not, then as previous speakers have said, it is time to get our budgets under control. It is time to stop funding pet projects and look at what people need to survive, because many aren't in our community anymore. We saw 163 homeless count last year, and that's a head count. That's not a real count, because a lot of those homeless people aren't counted. And honestly, when I look around our community, I see a lot of hurt. I see a lot of people that can barely survive. I see people in the grocery stores depressed because they can't afford to feed their families the way they used to. And to insult all these people by throwing a double-digit tax increase at them, I hang my head, I really do, because I think it is shameful. And unless we're ready to populate a whole bunch of tiny homes, let's not do that to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene.
Boxed me in. They didn't want me up either. Hi, everybody. Hi, Mayor, councilors. Okay, I have a few questions about the budget as well, but first I would like to talk to you about Bill 36 and why Vancouver Island it cannot recruit doctors and nurses. Okay, the Health Professionals and Occupations Act. I would like you to watch. I have a little information thing here on the Bill 36, but also behind here is a podcast, and I would really like to encourage you all to watch it. It's only about half an hour. It's about two nurses in Campbell River who went to city council there talking about Bill 36 and how it's gone through now, and the doctors and nurses, everybody's moving to Alberta because they if you go against the agenda that the now government-appointed people tell you, there's nobody in healthcare anymore with this at the HOPA, and so it's just government employees that are dictating, you know, that you have to take injections, or you can't do this, or you can't help with vitamin C, or vitamin D, or whatever. And if the nurses or doctors say anything contrary to it, they're up to $200,000 fines, or they have their licenses taken away. So anyways, I was thinking that City Council might be able to get together with Campbell River Council, because they, after hearing this podcast, they were very approval of going to the HCBM committees and to the provincial government to try to do something about this healthcare crisis. Do you know that they can smoke crack and fentanyl in the hospital now? And 3 nurses in Campbell River got sick after going into one of the patients' rooms because they were smoking that. And they were given gas masks to so that they can enter those clients' rooms without, that's their safety protocol. So, but you can't smoke cigarettes. So anyways, I would really like for you all to watch that. You know, it's only half an hour, and you'd be amazed because you probably are unaware of the new bill, right? So now going to the budget, I was of course, I think it's an overreach as well. I was just wondering, the Harbor Key repainting project is estimated to cost $300,000. You're hiring a part-time, another person, that's 4 people that you're hiring so far, that I've seen so far. You're hiring a part-time human resources administrator for $45,000, and I mean, I don't even know people that make that, hardly. The new roof at the Harbor Keys, $431,000. You got website upgrades for $150,000. You got the rink boards at the rink for $500,000 estimation. I mean, that's just like, I was wondering, maybe the Bulldogs could share in some of that cost, right? Have you thought of maybe approaching them for that? Because they are the ones that are wrecking it, they use it. So also, I was wondering, you're replacing 2018 Freightliners, garbage trucks for $443,000. Those are only 5 years old. They have to be replaced already. I mean, that's almost $1 million. You're replacing Chev trucks, 77,000, 85,000, 80,000. I mean, your vehicles. Now, another thing I'd like to, I was wondering, you guys aren't gonna really purchase electric vehicles, are you? Because you know how they're not environmentally safe. And they're, they burn up. If you can't store them, you shouldn't store them underground anywhere or in a building anywhere, because they go on fire, especially when they're charging. And they also don't work in the cold, and they don't work in the hot weather either, which Port Alberni has a lot of, because when you turn your air conditioning on, they can't keep up with the electrical intake. So that's kind of what I had here for you today. So may I give this to you so that, thank you. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you, Charlene.
Okay.
I did just want to note for the public's awareness that most of the projects you spoke about are not in this year's budget. So those are projects that absolutely will be discussed. And I do think as well important to note Peter's comment around doing a proper 5-year budget. That has not always been done in the past. And we absolutely do want to make an effort to look further years out so that we can be scheduling things where they belong and evaluating all the projects this year, whether they're in this year or not. So I think that's a fantastic comment. But just for awareness, those projects may not get as much attention this year because they're not in this year's budget. We'll make an effort, absolutely, though, to start looking at future years more closely and further in advance. And we do have electric vehicles already, and none have burned up to date. Okay, we'll move on to delegations. Our first delegation today is from the Aerosmith Rotary Club. Welcome. And so just for the public's information, for delegations, we do allow up to 10 minutes. So I'll pass it over to you guys, and whenever you're ready, introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for entertaining us tonight. We are not here to talk about the budget, but we do want to thank, well, first I'll introduce myself. My name is Terry Deacon. I am the president of the Port Alberni Aerosmith Rotary Club.
Good evening, Council. I'm Pam Craig, a past president.
I'm Michael Ramsey, future president.
Oh. First, we want to sincerely thank the City of Port Alberni for supporting our banner project. So our banner project is the painting of the colorful banners that are painted and hung on Argyle Street down to Harbor Quay. And this is our 15th year of doing that project. And it has been a really hugely successful project. We have had an award from our Rotary District for a innovative, creative project, and we're really, really proud of all of the work that we have done, and we appreciate the help and support that we've had from the city for that. this is our 15th and our final year that Aerosmith Rotary is going to be supporting that project, facilitating it. It began in 2009 at the Kin Hut at the Fall Fairgrounds, and a growth of the program facilitated moving to the Glenwood Center, and the city has been really generous in helping us do that. And then with COVID, we had to move to the Paint at Home program, and it has been really cumbersome for us and a lot for our diminished capacity of our Rotary Club with people aging out and volunteers just kind of falling off because it's happening everywhere. So it's just getting really difficult for us to facilitate that anymore.
Do you want to move it forward? So just a few tidbits of pieces of information, and it's quite a large project. We have 42 banner stands that we use and send out. We are right in the midst of beginning this year's program, so many of those banners or forms are out. And our Rotarian Larry McGifford, of course, constructed all of those, as well as the paint boxes, which included all the things that people would need. And those things are all delivered to their home and given about 2 weeks to complete their project. We actually have 2 returned already from just distributed last Saturday. People are quite excited to get involved in the program. So it gives you a bit of an image of the things that we are doing there. Now, being our final year, it's very tough for us to do this. It has been a joy, really, to get that communication with members of the community, families, teachers, students, individuals, and professional artists have contributed to lightening up and beautifying Argyle Street. No two have ever been the same. And I mentioned earlier today from one of our members that we have, over the years, that probably produced 900 plus banners, different banners in the community. We target around 80 to 90 each year, and that's what we're moving ahead with this year.
This is just a shot of the Glenwood setup, and we considered going back to a group facility to facilitate the banner painting, but even that has its challenges, and with our diminished capacity, we just aren't able to facilitate that. So I'm not sure where we're going to go from here, but we have decided that this is going to be our final year, but we don't want to see the banner painting go away forever. So we're putting a plea out to the public, out to City Hall, out to anybody that is willing to bring forward ideas. We're willing to entertain whatever ideas are out there. We'll support somebody to take it over. We could partner with somebody if we're able to do that, but we really hate to see it disappear because it has been such a great project. And it would leave a void on Argyle Street during the summer, and we know how much the locals love it, and the tourists that come in and the people that we show it off to all the time just love the banner project.
So of course, Aerosmith Rotary is still active and working hard, and we are definitely committed 100% to supporting the livability in this community. And we'll continue to do things you see on the screen, some of the things that we are directly involved in, and we will continue with those projects. We do need to reduce the time that we have been putting out, and it's really a shame that the banners are going to be one of the ones that are going to have to be reduced. But we are available. We have a website and an email address if you want to get a hold of us.
And a Facebook page.
Pardon?
And a Facebook page.
And a Facebook page, yes. All those social medias, and we're available in the community to participate. So thank you very much, and thank you for your support over the last 15 years. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the three of you, and on behalf of council, I just want to thank the three of you, but certainly the Rotary Club generally for all of the work that they've done on this banner project, additional to all the other wonderful projects that Rotary facilitates in our community. I know you had a couple that were really special there, noted in the pictures, but the banner project has just been a fantastic way of brightening up the uptown for a long, long time, and just I hope everybody in Rotary really understands what they've contributed to the community by helping facilitate this program, so thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I would like to echo Mayor Minions and thank you for all the work. Those banners are just so wonderful when you go down to Harbor Key, and I love going down there, even if I keep seeing the same ones over and over again. I love it. And I think my granddaughter had a banner a few years ago. I'm sure she did. When I saw you, Pam, my thought was, do you think the leadership class at the high school would be interested in partnering with you or working with you on something like this?
I have spoken with them, and they have done banners the odd year as well. But this project is quite large. It would be prohibitive for the students to take the whole project on. But definitely, they are keen painters and are disappointed that we're going to have to step back. But certainly, they're a great bunch. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think we'll maybe just keep in touch on the progress. If you do get anyone reach out who's interested in taking it over. And I think we'd probably like to have some conversations about what the city's role in it could be as well, especially if there was a partner and we could help facilitate. So thank you. Okay, moving on to our next delegation. Item number 2, we have the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. We have Michael Pearson here, I believe. Oh yes, here he is. Welcome.
Yeah. I feel like I've done this enough. I should have known that. Thank you for having me today. And with me, I have Arzina Timpa, who is our district program engineer with the ministry. So here tonight, just to provide a bit of an update on a couple of our projects and maybe speak to any questions that may come up, but I'll just kind of get into this. So as I said, I've done my introduction. I'm Mike Pearson. I'm the director for Vancouver Island District with the Ministry of Transportation. Based here on Vancouver Island, I sit in Nanaimo, and Arzina Timpa, she's our program engineer, and she sits in Victoria. So today I'm here to speak to 3 projects, the Beaver Creek Roundabout project that we've been working on, Johnson Street safety improvements, and then one thing I heard a lot about, is Highway 4 communications. So I'm happy to speak to that or take any questions on that. So the Beaver Creek Roundabout project is one that came out of the study that we did in partnership with the city in 2020. Everyone's known about this intersection. Everyone knows this intersection has been a safety issue for a very long time. So it's been nice to be able to advance this project through design. We are currently in functional design and will be completing detailed design in 2020, this year, in 2024. Right now, we've been working with both the city staff as well as the Seychot and Hupachesit First Nations around the design. We are thinking about public engagement. That will probably come later in the year. And right now, the intent is to go through public engagement as well as completing detailed design this fiscal. And here's that study I was speaking to. And it is available now, posted online, if anyone would like to see it. It's on our ministry website. I'm happy to send the link afterwards. But it was completed in 2020, and it looked at Johnson Street as well as out to Beaver Creek Road. And so at that point, the recommendation between both the ministry and the city staff at the time was to focus first on Beaver Creek Road because it was the #1 safety concern at the time. And also knowing that the city had a lot of plans to start work on the transportation master plan. And we know that we have to start paving Johnson Street soon because it's getting there. So, but we didn't want to get ahead of that planning work because even in this, and I'll speak to it in just a second, there's 3 various options that are that we came up with in this study, but I'm sure there's even more options that may be out there. There hasn't been any public engagement on options yet, so I think that's part of the work that needs to be done, and we really wanted to piggyback on the city's work through your transportation master plan. So it's maybe probably very hard to see those, but there's 3 various options that are sort of out there as a preliminary concept. This one is probably the simplest of them all, just adding bump outs at all the intersections, and that's really to shorten the length of those crosswalks and improve pedestrian safety. Option 2 is bump outs, maintaining street parking, but also adding bike lanes. Separated bike lanes, I should say. And option 3 is just another variation of that with bike lanes as well as on-street parking. So again, I present these only to say that they're out there. There hasn't been engagement on these, so they're just ideas at this point. They are based on work that the city did again in 2016 with a design charrette for Johnson Street. So we've incorporated them. We've kind of looked at it from a safety perspective and have some data around it, but there's more data information to collect. And that's something that we wanted to do, work with the city on this year, again, through your planning work, to collect more information on the pedestrian crossings, because we know that there's been a lot of issues with these crosswalks, not only in recent years, but in the last week or two. This is not a new issue for us. So we know that we have to get more data on where the pedestrians are crossing and where they're going. We have the safety stats for the highway, so it's pulling all that together into a plan and then figuring out collectively what we want Johnson Street to look like so that we can partner on a project. I told you it'd be brief. That's all the... Oh, I expected to be talked about to Highway 4. So if there's any questions on Highway 4, anything from last summer, I'm sure. I should say thank you for the city staff's support on dealing with a forest fire last summer. That was a terrible and very difficult situation that we were all faced with. But I appreciate the patience and support that the city provided throughout that emergency.
Thank you, Mike. I want to thank you for coming today. And I know that our staff have been working very closely with you on the Beaver Creek Roundabout and with Sashat and Hupachesed as well. And that's been an ongoing project that I think we're really making some progress on. Before I go to comments from council, I want to just say that the reason that we asked you to come actually was not Highway 4. Although that's just a little bonus that I'm sure we'll talk about as well. But really was the amount of pedestrian incidents that we're seeing on Lower Johnston Road. And when we brought forward, when we requested to do this study with you for options for improvements on Lower Johnston and Beaver Creek kind of road area, I think we all very much thought that Beaver Creek was the priority for safety at the time. And since then, I mean, not to say it's not a priority anymore, but I think we're all in this room aware of some really unfortunate incidents that have happened on Lower Johnston Road. Somebody said to me, it was a previous city employee actually, when you cross Lower Johnston Road, you're basically taking your life into your own hands. And I think that sums it up so well. You're basically crossing like a highway, and people drive it like it's a highway because it's so wide. Mm-hmm. So we really want, we made the request for you to come today because we really, I think, want to get back to working on advancing this Lower Johnston Road improvements and specifically focused around pedestrian safety improvements. We are doing our own work on pedestrian safety improvements. We have made major changes to two intersections last year, and we are making small improvements to several intersections in the community in the coming year. I think 11 intersections or something. But we are moving forward with just as much as we can right now without going to, complicated, bigger kind of projects where we're making significant changes. We're installing improved lighting and pedestrian activated signals and possibly mid-road signs indicating crosswalks and just making those types of improvements as an interim measure. And I think we would very much like to be working with the province on the same types of initiatives for Lower Johnston Road, recognizing that we do want a bigger kind of streetscape change to Johnston Road to change how it flows maybe in the long run. And short run, but everything takes years to do. But in the short term, I think we really want to be working on some minor safety improvements so that we can do something right away. And that's really why we invited you to come here. So I think that what we're hoping to get as a result of this is for our staff to work with you on what those minor safety improvements could look like, how quickly we could activate them, and really from your statistics, which are the most important intersections to start with on Lower Johnston Road right away. So I'll go back to you if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And we're happy to work with your staff on that and interim improvements. I know we've talked a little bit about crosswalks and what those look like. I think from the ministry perspective, we want to be careful that we're doing that in a way that's consistent with our approach and policy. So that just takes time. But I think if there's some easy interim wins, we're certainly very interested in working with the city on that. and I think even to go further with that, like collecting pedestrian count crossing data to figure out which crosswalks are the most important, and then making some decisions maybe around, do we need all of those crosswalks? Should we move them or anything like that? So yeah, happy to work with the city on this.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Solda.
Hi, we're really familiar here. So I have a couple of questions here. Regarding the Beaver Creek and River Road, do you have a date on commencing if you're going to go ahead with the project after your public engagement?
Not a date for construction just yet. I mean, as I said, the intent is to complete detailed design this year in public engagement. At this point, we're looking, it's tentative for 2025, subject to funding.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad it's on your dime. A lot of people don't understand that Beaver Creek, I mean, not Beaver Creek, but River Road and Johnson belongs to the ministry. So there's been a lot of comments on that and they think it's ours. So anyways, and I would like to know on the Johnson Road, I'm glad you're going to have public engagement, but right now, obviously, we're not going to be working on it during the summer. Is that your timeline on it, or do you have a timeline? And then I'll make a comment after that.
Yeah, sorry, for clarity, public engagement on the Beaver Creek roundabout.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Whoops. See, I have to play with this too. Yeah. So on Johnson Road, because of the crosswalks and everything, do you have a timeline on working on them and making them safer?
Yeah, I'm happy to start working with the city staff right now on that. I think this summer and over the next, this summer will be really a lot of data collection. I heard something about the potential for additional street lighting or things like that. Those are things that we can look at right away. When we're talking about upgrading crosswalks or changing crosswalks, those need more time. We need data to support that. And so we want to make sure whatever one we're going to pick first is the right one and we're investing in the right way.
Okay, so I knew you were going to give those kind of answers. So where I'm going with that is the painting of the crosswalks. We have a lot of faded paint on Johnson Road. I drove by and I looked at those crosswalks and some of them are starting to need some paint. So I understand it's raining, it's winter, and are you looking at repainting them?
Yes, and they're not paint. We actually use it's a thermoplastic product, so it's a bit tougher than paint. But yes, we're looking at doing those.
Okay, to me it's paint, but I understand that. Okay, technically, okay. Okay. So regarding the bump outs, I only have a little concern because when you have to streamline a car to go through this and you narrow the roads. And I understand the bump outs and I understand it makes it easier to cross the crosswalk. It's not, you're traveling through 4 lanes, 5 lanes by the time you put the crosswalks. But by streamlining, you have so many people traveling in. Sometimes the traffic's way past the tracks, right? So when you start streamlining, it's going to be even further. So how will have you looked into that, how that's going to work? And I'm just kind of curious to know.
Yeah, there's been some analysis of that in that 2020 report of what that would look like, but it needs more work because you're absolutely right. If you add the bump outs, it will slow people down. It may cause new conflict points. It may back up for traffic further. So we need to understand that. That's kind of what I'm trying to explain. We need to understand what the implications of any changes are before we make them.
Us local people, we take side streets and everything because we see that lineup. I'm not going in that lineup. Anyways, and regarding Highway 4, because we've had this discussion before on Highway 4.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. I'm on the transportation committee. That's why we've had this discussion if anybody wants to know. So on Highway 4, we talked about the board lights, the lights the lights, but the information board by putting them up. And you said it was durable. Let me quote you, durable, it's durable. So is that going to go ahead? Is that going forward? And that's what I'm referring to, Madam Mayor, is that when people have to stop and they're there in the traffic, in the lineup, that by the time they get to a certain point, it's hard to turn around and come back. So they need to bring those boards like they have for the West Coast and everywhere else out further. So if you're getting up to the Coombs, we said Coombs Country Candy, and it should say, hey, the highway's closed, right? So where are we on that?
Well, right now, so those overhead, you're thinking about the overhead message boards, just to be clear. And so those are certainly something we can start looking into. And I think you're right on the locations. For now, we have the ones that are on the shoulder, that are on a trailer, more construction style. Those are for now. Those are not forever. Those overhead message boards, again, they will need design and funding. So we can start identifying where those should go. We can start some of that planning work, but it'll be a couple of years yet.
Oh, you know what I said about a couple of years, I'm like it done yesterday to you.
I know.
And so he knows that. So where I'm going with that one is because it's tourist season coming up. Tourists don't know what's going on and they don't want to be stuck in that lineup. And it would be great to have that acknowledgement of what's happening on our Highway 4. So I'm just putting that word out for you. And when we have another transportation meeting, you'll hear it again, echo from me again. And you're working, I know you're working on the study regarding the emergency access out of our community. And just so you know, so the public knows, you said by the end of 2023, you would have that information. Oh, 2024.
Yeah, 2024.
I'm dating myself. 2024, you'll have that information for the public. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And we've just started on that study. We have Parsons Engineering on board to do that work. And so I'll be working through the ACRD Transportation Committee for that work. But yeah, we're still on track for the end of 2024.
Not too bad. Thank you, Councillor Solda. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will fully admit that Councillor Solda covered everything that I want to talk about, so I do appreciate that, Councillor Solda. So I will give my time.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thanks for being here today. I definitely would like to echo everything that the mayor said earlier, and that this is just a very, very important issue that our community is facing right now, as you know. And we've got lots of pedestrians and houses and schools along that strip, and it's scary seeing all those kids crossing that road every day, knowing how frequently incidents happen. So it's very important to us. I just wanted to ask, in terms of public engagement, what does the ministry's public engagement look like? Just like a brief description. What sort of ways do you engage? Thanks.
Yeah, so typically we would run a public open house. So we would rent a venue here in town and have the display boards and have a bunch of staff there to present. And we're also moving towards virtual as well. So we'll have a project website where people can provide comments and feedback that way too.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I wish Councillor Polson was here from last term because we both hate roundabouts. But I wanted to let you know, I did travel in Australia a few years ago and they don't use lights. There's no lights. They're all roundabouts and the traffic flows really nicely and it flows quickly and you're not slowed down. And when that particular intersection, a light just wouldn't work. There's no other alternative but rather than use a roundabout. So I'll support it 100%, even though I hate it.
Great.
It's going to take us some getting used to in this community, for sure.
Just keep going around.
Yeah, just keep going around. Some people are just going to be in there for a while. Anyways, public information on that will be very helpful. Any other comments from council? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the hole-in-the-wall properties that the city owns just off of Highway 4?
Not the properties in particular, but I'm very familiar with hole in the wall.
Okay, yeah. Well, just for the benefit of the people who don't know in the audience, the city actually owns two properties that are hole in the wall, which are sites where the city of Alberni actually established their first water source back in 1912, 1913. So we have two properties in there along with an access route. And the reason I bring it up is we were talking about safety, and yes, we have a lot of safety concerns, and this is another one that wasn't mentioned, so I just wanted to make sure it's on your radar, because we do need to have a safe access off of that transportation corridor. And there are some activities that have occurred up there very recently with property owner Mosaic, and it could be a very opportune time for you to reach out and see if there might be a possibility of a discussion about establishing that safe access prior to a fatality occurring, which we've been very fortunate to avoid up to this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's definitely another one on our radar, and I'd We have some ideas as well that have been kicked around in recent years about establishing a parking lot and access that's not off of the highway, where it currently informally is. So yeah, happy to have any conversations about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We will we'll connect with you on that conversation as well, because we'd certainly like to be involved in it, even though Hole in the Wall is not in City of Port Alberni. It's certainly a concern for us, the unsafe parking that goes on there and the people running across the highway when there's nowhere to park. And yeah, we sit at the regional district table and have been bringing it forward there, but the city would like to be involved in those conversations as well. Not seeing any other comments. Thanks, Mike, for coming, to both of you for coming today. And I think there's a few things here that our staff are going to work with you on, and just appreciate you being here and having the conversation.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and we will move on to our third and final delegation for today. We've got the Alberni Clayoquot Regional District. We've got our Chief Administrative Officer and our Chief Financial Officer here to provide an overview of the draft budget for the regional district. Welcome, Terry.
Good evening. Thank you, and thank you for the invite. So I will walk through most of this. Daniel is I'm Terry Fong. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Regional District. I know the majority of you, which is why I'm skipping the introductions. And it is weird to have public behind me, but I will get over that. And this is Daniel Celan. He's our Chief Administrative Officer. So we're going to work together today to provide this presentation. If I can figure out how to use the device. There we go.
Pushing buttons.
All right. So the regional district, just like the city of Port Alberni, has to provide a 5-year budget annually. We have to do ours on a service basis, though, because we are a large region and the region has many different services provided to many different members. So we do multiple mini budgets, I would basically call them, and each has its own proposed expenditures, revenues, transfers to and from reserve. We also have to adopt our budget by March 31st of each year, so a little bit sooner than the city timeline. And I have provided the link in terms of where our financial plan is available online. So as I mentioned, our services are independent. We cannot take revenue from Bamfield Fire, for example, to support Beaver Creek Water. So they are truly independent services, and areas are only charged for the services that they are provided, and this includes an allocation of staff and benefits as well. To develop our financial plan, we take the operational costs of our existing services. We have a newly adopted 2024 to 2027 strategic plan, which Daniel will speak about shortly. We have asset management plans for all of our services that have assets. And our goal is always to adopt a plan that includes the allocation of resources that will achieve our desired outcomes, but also remain responsive to a changing social, environmental, and financial context. And I just double clicked, hold tight.
You skipped right over me.
I just skipped over, no. Public consultation, so we have a variety of public consultation. All of our ACRD board and committee meetings are recorded and live streamed to the YouTube through our ACRD website. We have an email that is active, budget@acrd.bc.ca, that you can provide feedback and questions. We've done a variety of community presentations in Bamfield, Sprout Lake. Went to District of Tofino Council. We're here. We had a community open house yesterday. So a lot of different ways that we try to get community input. And now we'll just touch on the strategic plan.
Thanks, Terry. So the strategic plan was just adopted. It's a 2024-2027 strategic plan. The way we structure our plans is after the election year, we try and complete the last strategic plan and give our newly elected officials a bit of time in office before creating the next strategic plan. So this is a new one for us. There are 4 key areas of focus. So planning for a resilient and livable region. The second is managing our assets and infrastructure. The third is partnerships and communications. And the fourth is advocacy and service. And so within our the first pillar, the planning for a resilient and livable region, I wanted to just draw your attention to a few areas that may be of interest. So the first objective there on the top is to complete the governance review of the Alberni Valley Aquatic Center initiative. As you know, we've completed the first 2 phases of that project, and now we're looking at the potential creation of a regional service as part of the next phase. We have guidance that just came out of our last meeting with the board, and of course it reflects what is in the strategic plan. I'll also flag under viable and responsive transportation services. We do have a number of areas here that we are looking at. More particular to the Alberni Valley is looking at the future of the Island Rail Corridor. We did receive a grant from the province and are working with the Tashat and Hubachesset, the interested parties here in the Alberni Valley, as well as the entire island from Comox all the way down to the city of Victoria. The last one I'll flag in here is that we are directed to actively pursue grants that align with or advance the region's strategic or operational needs. And I'll flag that we do currently have 52 active grants that we're implementing. So we've been successful on that front. And of course, that does help reduce the tax burden when we do receive these grants. Hopefully this goes, there we go. Which one was it? The big one. There we go. Okay, under managing our assets and infrastructure, I think the key area here that we really wanted to look at that's more pertinent to the city is our emergency management and climate adaptation. In this area, we are looking at the impacts of drought on the security of our water systems. We do know that the city has its own water system, but nonetheless, as a valley, this is something that we are looking at with a particular focus on agriculture as well. And to identify and consider the impacts of climate change as it relates to hazards and risk assessments. And so there again, taking a look at the partnership that we have with emergency operations, we do work with the city, and so the assessment of our risks and hazards with the lens of climate mitigation is important. Under partnerships and communications, there are a number of different areas here that are important to flag, but I will just hone in on a few. Our First Nations protocol agreements, under this area, we are looking to continue working with the various communities, the 10 nations that are also part of this regional district. And in here, one of the key initiatives, of course, is our inclusive regional governance, where we're working again across the province with regional districts and with First Nations, non-treaty and treaty First Nations, looking at changing the legislation to align with DRIPA so that we can have non-treaty First Nations who choose to be part of our board can actually be part of the board in a meaningful voting way. I won't go down each ones because that would take the well beyond the 10 minutes. Under advocacy and service, I did want to flag a few things here. The regional district obviously operates within existing services and has to create services in order to collect taxation and operate within those areas. This said, we do have an important role when it comes to advocacy. And there are a couple of key areas here that we are working with the city. The availability of health services is an area that we have been working on with the city. Of course, as you've already talked with Michael, the alternative and emergency routes to Highway 4 is one of those key areas. Aquatic services have already flagged. And the enhanced support and collaboration of all health-related and primary care services are some of those key areas that we wanted to make sure we are touching on. Terry.
All right, so our total budget this year is approximately $29.4 million. It's very similar to that of the prior year. The tax requisition component of that plan is about $11.8 million, and it's about $1 million or 9.83% higher than last year. A good portion of that, though, 531% of that, or 531,000 of that, is related to the West Coast Transit Service. So between Tofino and Ucluelet, we are going to be starting a transit service here in April, and that is paid by those West Coast communities, so that impact is not to the City of Port Alberni. We anticipate about $7 million in grant funding in 2024, and those are for both some operational needs as well as some infrastructure projects. And then the remaining difference of about $11 million is user fees, tipping fees, and other revenue. So now we'll just jump into the services that City of Port Alberni contributes to. The page numbers noted are related to that larger financial plan that's on the website if you're looking for more information. So the regional planning service is for all municipal and electoral area directors, and it is related to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure subdivision applications, all agricultural land commission applications, as well as Crown land lease licenses and occupation. So in 2023, there was 19 subdivision referrals, which is higher than our 5-year average. We also received 25 actual referrals during the year, and we're anticipating a similar level of activity for this service moving forward. This regional planning service is also very busy in the world of agriculture as well as climate. So we hired a sustainability planner to lead the agricultural, food security, water, and climate change initiatives in 2023. A good portion of those projects are grant funded. We've had great success at both the provincial and federal level accessing grant funding to support these initiatives. And this year we're looking at investigating an agricultural water supply and distribution options for the Alberni Valley. Also a great partnership that started in 2023 was with North Island College to provide a meat processing training program through the Doc Plus Food Hub facility, and we were lucky enough to receive another grant for this year. We are also actively working on the Corporate Climate Action Plan for the ACRD. The Alberni Valley Custom Transit, or Handy Dart service, is a service of the regional district, and it returned to pre-COVID levels, maybe a little bit higher in 2023, and we are looking to expand about 1,300 hours to support the additional peak weekday trips that were problematic pre-COVID. We had kind of not seen that being an issue the last couple of years, but again in 2023 became an issue. So looking for that expansion to take place in September, and then likely to introduce Saturday service in 2025. But again, we are waiting for BC Transit to come to the table. That is a service that is partially paid for by BC Transit, so we need their support as well to continue those. And we have on the books a regional transit study. So BC Transit will lead a transit discussion in the community to talk about transit for our future, including maybe connecting to the West Coast, connecting over the hump to the Parksville, Nanaimo area. So look for that coming this year as well. Regional parks. So our regional park service has the West Coast Multi-Use Pathway, which is 1 kilometer section of the much larger path that's on the West Coast between Tofino and Ucluelet, the Log Train Trail, the Alberni Inlet Trail, China Creek Park, which is leased to the Port Alberni Port Authority, and Mount Arrowsmith Park. So in 2023, we finally got to complete the West Coast Multi-Use Path construction. Very exciting. We've been looking for grant funding for that for about 5 years. We completed a log train trail management plan, which has the new log train trail looking to move to a multimodal transportation or transit system. And so that's going to be a lot more discussion here in 2024 as we develop a transition plan for allowing ATVs onto that section of the trail. I will note that the log train trail, the portion of the regional district has jurisdiction over, starts behind the motocross out in Cherry Creek and continues out past on like under the Beaufort Mountains. It is not any of the other sections, and so it's going to be very tricky for us to design a communication strategy that is very clear about where this change in use is going to occur. So we'll be looking to work with city staff on that because there is some sections that are within the city area. And I guess signage and asset management continue to be focuses of this service as well as working with Mosaic and the province to improve some accessibility on the private managed forest lands. Sprout Lake Marine Patrol is boating safety and on the lake. We were super grateful from the federal government to receive a grant that funds about 75% of this service, including getting into the classrooms and providing some boating safety to the children of the valley, which is fantastic. The funding also was enabled us to replace the tubes on the Zodiac last year, which will prolong the life of the boat moving forward. And it employs about 4 summer students each year. Daniel mentioned the Alberni Valley Aquatics Facility as we talked about the strategic plan, but really moving on to that phase 3 where we're talking as the Alberni Valley, so the areas of Beaufort, Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek and Sprout Lake, as well as the city of Port Alberni, and trying to develop a service establishing bylaw that will work for everyone, and that if we can come to an agreement on what that bylaw may look like, then we would be proceeding to a referendum process. But there's a lot of work still to be done on that discussion before we get to that next step. The Alberni Valley Regional Airport is active. It was very active in 2023 with the closure of the road, Highway 4. That's probably had the most activity we've had in a long time. In terms of infrastructure projects, there wasn't a lot going on out there this year, which worked out well. We are seeing increased lease activity and lease revenue at the airport, so we were able to actually drop the tax requisition slightly this year as the leaseholders are paying more of the cost of running the airport. In terms of Alberni Valley Waste Management, looking to renew the solid waste management plan this year, so significant public engagement coming to the community and as well as city staff about what our next focus areas are going to be and what our diversion approaches will be moving forward. And we continue to engage about the lands that the landfill is on, as we do not have tenure over those lands at this time. So we're working with the province and Sashot First Nation on securing some longer-term tenure. Alberni Valley Emergency Planning was a very busy service with the closure of the road, as well as a number of significant emergency support services activations. We get a lot of provincial grant funding to support this project, which is great, and our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, is staffed with ECRD staff as well as city staff. So we ensure that we continue to be trained and up to date so that we are ready in case of an emergency. There was new legislation that came out in the fall of 2023 that we're just learning about how these regulations are going to impact moving forward, but it does now focus on the 4 areas of emergency management, including preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. So there's a few changes. In particular, the requirement of a business continuity plan for all local governments. So we're going to be taking some time to develop a plan to make sure we are lined up as well as the city is lined up for these new regulations, because this regional district does provide emergency planning for the entire Alberni Valley, including the city of Port Alberni. Also would like to point out that we have a Fire Smart grant, which has been very successful, and please reach out to the website and take a look. You can have Fire Smart assessment done to your house with some grant money if you do some improvements, funded by the provincial government, and is a great program and very active in the community. So you'll see lots of that around. The regional district also provides the E911 telephone services, and there is a new system called NextGen 911 coming out in 2025 that will look to have texting technology and other technologies incorporated. So one significant component of that is all local governments need to ensure that we are accurately having our house numbering mapped on GIS technology so that they are able to pin and locate off of that. So that is a project that we are working collaboratively with the entire region to try to make sure we're ready for that 2025 deadline. General government. So general government has our asset management and administrative services, our human resources, IT. It's kind of our main bulk of the administrative end of things. And it is very busy with such things as records management, grant programs, building maintenance. We do allocate out our staff time, as I mentioned, to all of our other services, but there is some stuff that just doesn't fit into a service yet that does run through general government, such as the work around the Inclusive Governance Grant to engage the First Nations in the region, develop strategies to advance their participation in regional district boards, the Island Corridor Foundation, and Cherry Creek Waterworks District is also having a conversion study this year to consider whether they want to convert to becoming a service of the regional district. So things like that, when there's like a new service on about to come on, the staff time for those type of items does run through general government until the service is actually either developed or determined that we are not going to proceed. And the hospital district is a separate legal entity, but it has the exact same taxpayers, so we talk about it kind of at the same time. The debt for the West Coast General Hospital is almost completely paid off. There's just a couple small ones left. We are now gearing up for the rebuild of the Tofino General Hospital, which is now on the radar and priority list for Island Health. Island Health has also come forward with a request for $2.8 million from our area for the Ucluelet Primary Care Center and $1.8 million for Tofino Staff Housing and Sobering Assessment Center. This is a new kind of direction that the Island Health is asking us to go, and our board is still contemplating whether we are going to be funding those projects or how we are going to support them. So, and the tax requisition to the last couple of years, we have been able to keep flat as we are just building a reserve for the Tofino General Hospital. And I'd just say overall, the tax requisition this year for the city is only increasing about 1.2% or 1.3%. As the service increases that we are seeing are mostly to other areas. There also has been a change in the assessed values between the members, which also impacts the city in a positive manner this year. That's not always the case. It just depends on how the assessments are flowing. But a small increase from us this year, even though our overall budget is about 9.8%. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I don't know. Thank you, Terry. I know this is a lot of work for you, but I think the community really appreciate you going out and talking to people and explaining things. Sometimes the regional government is sort of a hidden thing. Nobody really knows what you do, so this is great. Thank you. Your presentation was so thorough. You answered a lot of my questions that I had written down here. One thing I want to ask you is, I don't know if this would be for you or for Daniel, but for regional parks, the city does have some parks that are located within the regional district boundaries. What would be the process for us to incorporate those parks into regional parks covered under the regional district?
Definitely. Yes, so we are going to be discussing regional parks budget on Wednesday. So that would be a good time to bring it up. Basically, we would look to see what those facilities are. We would be wanting to gather more information. I know some of the other members are also wanting things to be incorporated. On the West Coast, there's been chat about the other components of that trail that connects Tofino and Ucluelet, not the national park section, but Tofino and Ucluelet both have their own sections as well, and they've talked about it being more of a regional in nature park. There's phase 3 of the inlet trail that the volunteers have been bringing up that they would like to, that heads out towards Banfield. And then I know the director from Sprout Lake has also talked about Great Central Lake, but it would really just be starting that conversation, and Wednesday would be a great day. And then we would have to look at the establishing bylaw and determine how we're going to add it at that point, so yeah.
Thank you. And the next question I have is about the grant and aids from Sprout Lake and Weaver Creek, or not Sprout Lake and Cherry Creek, that are given to the city to cover recreational services for their community. Now, I know this is way before your time, but you know the history of that, how that amount was calculated or how it was they came to that amount, and if there's been any increases in those amounts over the last 20 years. Because I know it was done around the time the multiplex was built, so it's been just over 20 years, I believe. Do you know the history on that at all, or?
I know that when, so Beaver Creek has a recreation service bylaw that provides a grant to the city, and the other two chose not to go that route, and they've done a grant and aid. I know that back about 15 years ago, there would be a discussion between city staff and kind of a negotiation between the director and the city about the amount, and I think that has just kind of not occurred. And so the same amount has just been contributed. I think that as we go through this aquatics discussion, it's a really great time to be opening up those other discussions, even just to awareness for the community as to what is provided and what isn't provided, and items like that. So not a lot of history, unfortunately, but
I think we've heard it stated that the outlying areas subsidize our Parks and Recreation service, which I can assume you would imagine is a little offensive to us. I've heard that a few times recently from electoral area directors, the words, we're subsidizing the city to have Parks and Rec. We have a multi-million-dollar Parks and Rec system that we pay for, and I think we receive about $60,000 total from the all regional district residents. So yeah, it's a point of frustration, but I agree the time to address it is when we are looking at a recreation service and addressing it in a more equitable way. Thank you.
And one more question. The amount that we pay for the airport, is that still debt repayment or is that operational cost?
so the amount for the airport is both. There is a component of like we pay about I have your share, but I don't know what our total debt costs are. So the 181,000 is about what the city pays for the debt repayment each year. And this changes year to year based on the assessed value changes of the area, but you pay about 59% of the overall Alberni Valley Regional Airport budget. Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the thorough report. We really appreciate that. Just going back to Councillor Haggard's question about the payments from the regional district. So I was on the Parks and Recreation Commission back in 2001. I don't know exactly what the formula was, but it was just an option given to the regional district at the time, just based on not wanting to pay into it. So it became a bit of a negotiation. So it was either the residents could pay extra when they got there, or the region itself can pay a flat rate. So unfortunately, I don't remember exactly, but it would be on some old Parks and Recreation Commission meeting minutes from 2000, 2001, 2002. So I'm not saying staff needs to look into that, but that's probably where it is. Just to go to the aquatic center, and you mentioned the word referendum. So, and I know that's a couple of steps down the road, but do you see it as a full-on referendum or as an alternative approval process? Or is that still up for grabs, I guess? And that's just because there's a lot of questions about that in the community, and I just thought now's a good time to talk about it.
It's an excellent question. As you can imagine, there's a lot of different points of views across the entire valley. And in doing so, we really have heard loud and clear that there is a strong desire to have a referendum, not an alternative approval process, just to ensure that if there's any director, including with the city, that is voting to represent, that they actually have some statistics behind them on that representation. The tricky part is finding that balance. Like, we understand loud and clear from the city that, we don't want to make this investment alone again. We also hear from the regional area that we want our citizens to really tell us, because we're not sure that we want to make that kind of big financial decision. So we're all saying the same thing. And what we're trying to do is, no one wants to really be on the hook on their own, but everyone, through our outreach, what we found is no less than 75% in any one area said that they didn't want to. In fact, 75% or more said we should explore a regional service. And that is, I think, a really good guiding light for us. The question and the dialogue we're going to have is around what is deemed to be equitable. What is that formula? And the reason why I really think that this conversation is worth taking the time to have is that if we're able to find a formula that in the valley we say, you know what, that really feels good. And we've got a bit of capital, we've got asset management, we've got operations, everything's in, we feel that this is equitable and will help move us forward. If we can magically find that. It'll likely also be a formula that can apply to other areas because that dialogue will have already occurred. So it's time well spent. It's not an easy discussion, and I thank everyone for the patience they've had so far because I know this city in particular has really waited a long time for this discussion to occur.
Thank you, Daniel. Great answer. Councillor Douglas is next.
Thank you, and thank you, Daniel and Terry, for coming over. I have a few questions, but not so much dollars and cents. It's just an opportunity to discuss a few topics. I'll leave the aquatic facility to Councillor Mealy over there. And but it's really nice to have you here and to bring up these topics so the people in the room and that are watching and you know, they get to hear a little bit about the regional district and how we interact and what we do. First question I couldn't avoid, and I'm hoping you were in the room, was to do with the properties known as Hole in the Wall that are, as you know, in the regional district, adjacent to Highway 4. We raised it with the representative from Modi earlier. And I'm just wondering if you have that on your radar as far as, you know, we're concerned about fatalities and injuries on the road, and recent activities that may provide an opportunity for a quick, you know, resolution to the safety issue of access.
I'll start with that one. We do have it on our radar, so it is in our strategic plan as an objective for us to explore. I don't know how much exploration we're going to be doing in 2024 amongst the other priorities. So even though it's on the strategic plan, it may not float to the top in 2024. And one of the larger reasons for that is it's not in any one of our services right now. So it'd have to come out of general government, whatever work we do. And we don't own property. You do, we don't. And so this really would be the facilitation of multi-party interest and then likely going out to find a grant to help do any specific work. So there's a long answer. There's no short answer. So that hopefully that helps address it. But it is in our strategic plan.
Thanks. And I'll go through these pretty quick. There's just a few more. The hospital. Any discussion about actually growing our West Coast General Hospital in terms of increasing the bed capacity of the hospital, which is constantly overflowing?
No. So we haven't heard anything about any further expansion. I will say that we are working towards the active recruitment and retention of existing and new doctors, and that's going to have us discussing about, you know, having discussion about different models. And there again, we're exploring whether or not that can be or ought to be a regional district service, because obviously everyone in the region, every community has that same concern and interest. So that's an ongoing process right now. The budget to explore that was assigned last year in 2023. We still have funds remaining to do the business case. So we've done the gap analysis. In 2024, we're going to be doing the business case and the options for possible service development.
Thank you. And I just want to apologize to Councillor Haggard. I know she does a tremendous amount of work here, but just wanted to raise these. So Island Rail you mentioned. Is that study ongoing at the moment? Has it got legs? Is it going?
That study is ongoing. We have just brought on HDR, a consulting firm, to work with us. HDR is familiar with the Island Rail corridor. They did a number of the provincial studies. And so we feel that they are well suited to do the work that we're talking about. And here again, it's one of those complex, tough discussions because I think we have a pretty solid vision of what we're looking for here in the Alberni Valley, but a rail system needs to be connected to other parts of the island to be effective. And in this case, really, going north up towards Comox Courtney or going south towards Nanaimo are some of those key hookups. And there are a number of different territories, First Nations territories that we'd be going through. And with the court case that occurred, of course, the corridor is First Nations land. And so the dialogue really is one of reconciliation, remediation, and then also visioning moving forward. And that's, as you can imagine, complex because there's many histories and relationships across the island.
Thank you. And from what I understand, that study is for not just rail, but for alternative uses for that corridor?
That's correct. So we're going to look at the business cases and the economic impact of rail. and we're going to consider alternative uses. We're also, where there's overlap, we're going to be using that same economic reference to talk about alternative highways, which is also of interest to the Alberni Valley. Whether it's a rail corridor or an alternative highway, there are similar economic impacts that we want to talk about, and or at least a common benchmark. And so that's going to be part of the study as well.
Thank you. And you mentioned ATVs, and I was just wondering, I've sort of run across that issue in the past. Is that quite a challenge to set guidelines? Do you have a group that sort of looks after setting the guidelines and seeing that appropriate behavior is taking place on those trails? And in particularly, I'm thinking about wildfires and those sort of issues where something could occur that would threaten everybody in the valley.
It's certainly an area that is a live discussion. That said, we will be working with volunteer groups. We will be looking to work with the Ministry of Transportation to amend our right-of-ways to allow the motorized. And of course, that would also require signage. There is, I guess, a live debate around the effectiveness of having more people on trails rather than less. And we've seen this around COVID. We also see it come up every fire season where people are saying, shut the parks down. But then the opposite argument is like, well, no, keep them open, because when people are there, they can report if they see something, and then we can respond. So I don't know the science behind it, but we certainly are going to be having further discussion around those management plans and how best to be equipped for it. And it really is a community dialogue. So whatever the decision ends up being in how we manage, the reality is that management of these trails is going to be a team sport. And we're asking the team for input.
And just one more, and it ties into the last one. I wasn't thinking so much about use of the park area, but the specific vehicles and the possibility of starting a fire. But so mentioning wildfires, do you have any planned simulated exercises in the coming months in order to practice and prepare for wildfire occurring in our community, which, as you know, is surrounded by forest? And people talk about tsunamis, but really the big threat is fire.
We did do we move around for different trainings. So the last training or the last tabletop simulation training that we did was in Ucluelet. Last year, I think it's the beginning of 2023, and that had a mix of different activities from earthquakes and fires, and we tend to throw in a number of different scenarios occurring at one time, and that just, when staff come together and volunteers to run that kind of practice, we're talking about, what routes, what alternative routes, how would we go on marking it, how would we communicate information, if all roads are blocked, what then we're looking at, boat services and ferries and whatnot. So we run through all the exercises we can. Last year, we of course had a real exercise that lasted the better part of the summer that tested a lot of those elements. And if there is a silver lining, practice does make perfect. And not that we're looking for real practice, but where we don't have the real exercises, we do bring in the tabletop. And so far, we've been really lucky in having those funded by the province. Because there again, what we do is we take staff from all of our key organizations, including the nations, and run these simulations.
Great, yeah. And do you have any plan, though, for the future?
Yes, yeah, we do have more plans for 2024, including we have a list, a shared list, primarily built of the ACRD and the city, but we do have the nations, and we have opened it up to other governments as well, where we're going through the key training to make sure that we have depth. So one of the most challenging things that we'll notice is that in running an exercise, a live exercise, over a number of weeks, you burn out people, and we have short memories. So when the fire ends or the emergency ends after 6 or 8 weeks, sometimes the public can be quick to say, well, what about these other projects? Have you done those yet? Well, it's the same staff that have been at a different table. So having that depth is really important so we can keep other services, that business continuity going. And it really takes sharing of organizations to achieve that.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you so much to both of you for coming and for wading through all our delegations and public input and everything. And I'm sure we'll have more conversations at the board table around the budget, but thanks for the work that's been done on it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to unfinished business, and the first item up, item number 1, 2024 to 2028 financial plan, tax roll, and capital review.
Thank you. Madam Chair, so what I'll do is I'll just give an overview of the staff report. Within the staff report, there is the question and answers that have been populated with the answers that have been provided. And of course, we'll take down what input we have today from the public and also the committee. So we are approaching the probably the midway point of the meeting schedule for the financial plan, and we are now looking at the tax share that we see within the tax roll. At this time, a lot of the planning will go into this based on what we've done in the prior years. We'll seek council's and the committee's direction as far as where we want to go with the tax share, if there's any shift. But just noting in the table there, our largest tax base is really the residential class. So when we do see a non-market change, that does impact the dilution of the tax effect. So I think we've seen this before where we come out with the original tax rate, but then we also see, because we don't shift or don't make that extra contribution from non-market change into a reserve, which we've made a recommendation to do as we need to start to populate our reserves, we have that dilution. So this year, it's approximately 1.95%. So when we look at the impact of the non-market change just on residential alone, it will bring it down probably about 1.95% from 16.8 down to 14 point, I think it was 9.1. So with that, we do have some possible changes that could come through as far as the revised roll, and that would be coming to staff at the end of March. And that time we can probably provide a clearer picture of what the tax impact would be. We've made that commitment also in prior years about delinking major industry from light industry. What that was is historically the city had major and light industry at the same rate, but we've seen quite the growth in light industry, and light industry includes even cabinet makers in the city of Port Alberni. There's breweries, there's distilleries. Those are in light industry. So to be mindful of that, that is the tax base that is reflective. Historically, that was our large major industry tax base before. So the rate was the same, but in 2021, we delinked that and we had it about 20%, or 20 cents per thousand, sorry. So with that, that's been the common practice, is keeping that. So if we do use the non-market change and adjust the increases that we're seeing in light industry, we could probably bring down the residential a little bit more if we use some of that non-market change from light industry to start to shift the share. I think in the question and answer too, I think a member of the public brought up the tax rates that we've seen over the years, and we've seen consistently 1 to 3% through a lot of the years that we've had the taxation for the last, I would say, 15 years. But within that, we've been shifting from major industry to the residential class. So a lot of those tax increases have been borne by the residential class. I think when we look back to 2010, and you can see this in the question and answer sheet, we had an increase of 23.85% that year. So that is, and I remember that, and that was quite a burden on the residential, quite a shift, but we've relied on that major industry for a lot of years. So we've made a lot of changes. When we purchased the lagoon, we made that commitment also to freeze the tax rate for major industry. So, we used to see a tax share of about 40% for major industry back in 2006. It's now at 18%. So we've shifted off of major industry significantly, but we have lost. The SOMAS used to be a major industry tax base, so it's no longer there. So with that, we'll be seeking any recommendations, any direction from the committee as far as where we want to go with tax share. Tonight, we can bring back further information if there's any further questions, but if we use that non-market change within the residential class, we'll see that reduction plus any commitments that we made in prior years to that class 4 and class 5 major and light industry, keeping that separation of 20 cents per thousand. Also within the staff report, we've included just a recommendation in our year-to-dates. So obviously with our year-end cutoff, we've seen completion of many of our capital projects. Those are listed now in the financial plan. We've also had some projects that we earmarked funds for prior years that we would be bringing back recommendations for changes or adjustments to those. But at this time, we would pause that and return the funds to the reserve to which they came from, and then move forward with the new projects. And we are really focused on that CSO work, and our next CSO project is Argyle. That is something that is in the queue as far as trying to move forward with. So what we'll do is working with the Director of Infrastructure, he's bringing forward some recommendations for funding for that study work moving forward, but using those funds that we will forego with the projects that aren't moving forward, that were originally usually CSO works anyways, that's combined sewer overflow work, to be clear to the public. So the recommendation within the staff report is to look at adjusting the financial plan to pause and move forward with different projects with those funds. Also, there is the Growing Communities Grant Fund. So just to provide some clarity on what projects are acceptable for that funding, that's in the staff report, and then just highlighting the funding that we provided for a project. It was, if it's an active transportation and amenities, that is a qualified project. And then also the master planning, that was capacity work and study work that we have to undertake that will support the capital planning for the future years so that we have that list. And later on, we'll address that master planning work that needs to populate our long-term financial plan for DCC work that we need to bring forward for growth. So with that, I would hand it over back to the committee. Madam Chair, if there's any further questions or any additional information that you'd seek or any suggested amendments to the financial plan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I have a number of questions and recommended motions, so I'm going to go through mine first, Council, if that's okay. So firstly, a question, have we allocated the roughly $135,000 that we recently received in bylaw fines?
No, that hasn't been assigned as new revenue or anything. It's available to be used.
Thank you. Then I'm going to move that the committee recommend to council that we apply the $135,000 in fines received for bylaw to reduce the bylaw or to the bylaw line for this year.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments or questions on that? Okay. It's just to reduce the budget by $135,000 without reducing the level of service. Then on the motion, all in favor? Carried. Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. My next question is, do we have and this might be a question for the Director of Parks, Recreation, Heritage, should we be expecting a surplus as a result of all the pool closures that we had this year?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this stage, I do not expect there to be a surplus at this point. And that would be based on the level of training that and orientation that we've gone through with a whole variety of staff that have not necessarily converted to long-term employees at this point.
Thank you for that. Let's see. So council, in discussing with staff and when I brought forward last council meeting to see what we could fund through the Growing Communities Fund and found that there's a lot of our projects that are on the books this year that we can't fund through the Growing Communities Fund, I started looking for other options. So I'm going to make a motion that we recommend to council that we make a prior year budget amendment and reassign the gas tax funds for the Key to Key project and the Bird Street repaving project, which total $1.188 million, and reallocate those projects to be funded through the Growing Communities Fund. Seconded by Councillor Solda. So just for clarity, it is not canceling the projects and not making any changes other than the funding source of those projects, which were currently through gas tax, would be just allocating funds from the Growing Communities Fund, would free up $1.188 million of gas tax funds to use for this year if we desired to do that. Are there any questions on that? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Yeah, just if you could mention that figure again and then what the balance is in the fund after that.
Thank you. So it was $388,000 that was assigned to the Key to Key project and $800,000 that was assigned last year for Bird Street repaving from 10th to 16th. And those were both from gas tax.
And the balance of the Growing Communities Fund after taking that out?
I think it would be approximately 2.5 million. Andrew?
Approximately 2.5 would probably be safe, yes.
Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Mealy, did you have an additional question?
Just a question.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments on that, and this is just a recommendation to council, so if there's additional information needed, we can vote on this at the council meeting, but just to set it up for this. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And then I would move that we allocate $130,000 for the network switch replacement to gas tax for the 2024 budget. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Sorry, I should ask our Director of Finance if we can fund that from gas tax.
Madam Chair, I don't believe we can. I can confirm that, but you know, my review, I don't think that's an eligible project for gas tax.
We have several projects. We have more than enough in our budget that I think we can fund through gas tax. So I'm going to just amend that motion, or actually I'll just withdraw it if it's okay with Councillor Solda. I'm going to list off some of the projects that I would like to see us consider to basically use up that $1.188 million. There's the intersection safety project, the $380,000 in storm projects, $402,000 for the public works boiler, $100,000 for City Hall improvements, not that one. And then I'm not sure if vehicles are eligible. There's some other facility upgrades in there as well. I think there's more than enough to utilize the 1.188 million, but maybe staff could just bring us back a list of exactly which projects are being funded this year through taxation that would be eligible for gas tax, with that in mind. Okay. My next recommendation is that council or committee recommend to council that we fund $157,500 for ball field improvements from the Community Forest Reserve. Yes. Seconded by Councillor Solda. And my reasoning for this, so the Community Forest Reserve is non-tax dollars. That is dividends we receive from our logging corporation, effectively. There's approximately $800,000 in that reserve right now, and it's our own reserve. We have a bylaw that governs it, but the bylaw states that we have to use it for a project that is for the good of the entire Alberni Valley. Given that that request was made to improve the ball fields from 3 regional district residents who came to our council meeting and asked us to spend money improving our ball fields, I think it certainly would be a project that would benefit the whole of the Alberni Valley. And rather than funding it from taxation, if we fund it from that reserve, again, it reduces our budget by an additional $157,000 in tax requisition this year. Any comments on that? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. I I have a question about the fueling station for the fire hall. There's a $40,000 project in our budget this year, fueling station. Andrew, are you able to speak to what that project is generally first?
Madam Chair, that is the fueling tank that's at the fire department. It is failed or failing, so it's no longer able to be used, so it has to be replaced. And that's the project cost.
Thank you. Myself and Councillor Haggard a few months ago were at the Truck Loggers Conference, and we met the person the local manager of the Alberni Valley Co-op. And he asked us who supplies our fuel for the city of Port Alberni, and we both were like unsure. And he said most local governments purchase their fuel from cardlock co-ops. Those co-ops contribute back to municipalities and certainly back to communities through various forms. So I just recently became aware that we provide our own fuel rather than purchasing it from the co-op. And I would like to propose that until we can analyze with the business case if there's a cost savings to providing our own fuel, if there is, how much it is, and if does it justify replacing a fueling station for $40,000? Or should we be looking to change our practice and support the local co-op? So I would like to recommend to council that we cancel the fueling station project for 2024, consider reallocating it in 2025 if required, and in the meantime, explore alternatives for purchasing our fuel from the co-op. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I've heard correctly that this has already failed, so if we say to recommend to council to not go through with it, and we're going to investigate, there's going to be a lag time in which we would expect our fire trucks to have gas and all that. So I understand what you're doing here, and I just want to make sure that there's no gap where we don't have fuel, we can't get fuel, and we haven't decided on where to get fuel yet. That's my concern.
I assume they're getting fuel right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have details on that, Mike. Andrew?
So, Madam Chair, there's two tanks there, and they have one for gas and one for diesel. So and I think they're managing currently. So by the time we meet for our next meeting, we can provide an update at the regular council meeting and give further information if it's a critical piece of asset that we need to replace.
Thank you, that would be great. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Question for possibly Director of Finance, and if not, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Heritage. Is there a specific fund that the McLean Mill, or a specific project that the McLean Mill funds are being utilized for this year, the $30,000?
So, Madam Chair, are you referring to the current application that we have into the Parks Canada Cost Sharing Fund or previous?
No, just specifically the $30,000 in our budget for capital. I know that it's pooled with $30,000 from the regional district and potentially $30,000 from Parks Canada, but do we have a specific project allocated for that this year?
So the plan that staff have put in place at this point is looking at exploring the green chain itself. So that work has not been undertaken at this point. So if council determines you'd like to move a different direction, it's not a situation where we'd now be undoing work.
Thank you. Then, council, I'm going to recommend that we cancel, or that we remove from the budget the $30,000 from McLean Mill Capital for this year. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Comments?
Can I ask a question?
Councillor Haggard.
The regional district has recommended that they donate the $30,000 as a grant in aid to McLean Mill like they do every year. Now, can you use that to get funding from Parks Canada so you still have $60,000?
Yes, so Madam Chair, the Parks Canada Cost Sharing Grant would be a matching grant. So in the event that it was a situation where there were $30,000 available as opposed to the traditional 60, yes, we could use that to use as a matching fund with Parks Canada.
Thank you, that's great. Then on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. a couple more questions for the Director of Parks, Recreation and Heritage. There's a budget line for $15,000 for tables and chairs at Echo. Could you speak to that budget line?
So, Madam Chair, this is a typical items at their end of their useful life. So, looking a little shoddy, I think would be the technical term, but not a situation where if it would be wonderful to replace them, but again, if it's not viewed as a priority by council, then of course we'd move away from it.
Thank you. I'm going to move that we move the table and chair project to 2025. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Comments or questions? I think they're important, just unfortunately not in the budget year that we have right now. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And the multiplex stereo, just we're looking for clarification on this one as well. What condition is it currently in? I know, sorry, Councillor Mealy.
So notwithstanding the gentleman sitting 2 chairs to my right, so that unit is at its end of its useful life. So as far as if the next natural question is what happens, what's the likelihood of catastrophic failure of that system if we hold off another budget cycle, it's hard to know. It could be, the system, of course, it's aging, so it'll continue to deteriorate. It's unknown at this point if it would last another season or not, or if it will cease to be useful to us.
Thank you. I'm not going to make a motion on that one. Lastly, for Director of Parks, Recreation and Heritage, could you speak to the museum increase in cost for the year? And I'd have to get the actual number, but there were 2 lines in museum cost, and it seemed like quite a significant increase. I do know that we, I think, added a part-time, effectively position. Sorry, let me grab the numbers. Yeah, so it was museum services up from 228,000 to 325,000, and then museum curatorial up from 76,000 to 120,000. So really significant between the 2 of those lines.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, those changes or increases there, so we have the new manager of culture role. So historically, we've gone through iterations where we've had a director of museum services many years ago, shifted more recently to a shared role of museum coordinator with an education curator. We've since divided those 2 roles out. So we've got a full-time education curator who's starting with us next month. And then we've got a manager of culture who started today, actually. The other thing to keep in mind as well, though, is that with some of the revenues that have offset, so with the some of the programs there would be some offset increase in revenue as well. So also you'll notice too that with the attendance at local events has increased significantly as well with having access to additional programming staff.
Thank you, that's great. And my last question is for the Director of Development Services. And that is just, could you provide a status update? I know this isn't necessarily specifically a budget item, but a status update on the 2 pieces of land that we had agreements for sale on, that we did advertise to the public. We went through RFP processes, and it was a year, maybe 2 years ago, and we still haven't seen the completion of those, which was over $1 million.
So the first one, I think that the chair is referring to is a piece of property in the 15th and Montrose area. There's been a few things that we've had to do. When we sent out some referrals, we had some requests for some studies to be done. That work has been since completed. Planning staff will be bringing that forward, both an OCP and zoning amendment process through our normal process on those, and then because those were subjects to a potential purchase and sale agreement. Is that work being done? So that is something they will be looking forward to bring forward over the next few months. And then there was another one, a small portion of a larger piece of property on 10th Avenue that took, there was again a fair bit of delay in that, and that was just a recent entering into an agreement also subject to OCP and zoning amendments that we'll bring forward after that.
Thank you. I know those funds likely go into reserve, which doesn't necessarily directly increase or doesn't necessarily directly affect our actual budget increase. But I think I think it's important to repopulate our reserves, and wherever we can repopulate our reserves without taxing people to repopulate our reserves, we need to make that a priority. So I do know that there were other pieces of land that council had identified that potentially had saleability as well, and I think that's a great way where we have land that is sitting vacant, not being utilized, a great way to fill our reserve. So I think that one was roughly $1.1 million combined between the two of them, and it would be great to get those finalized so that we could see those funds come into our reserves. Andrew.
So, Madam Chair, the funding for those two properties were assigned for the SOMAS property as far as the work that we need to do. So that $1.2 million that we had anticipated for that sale will support the work that we're doing for the SOMAS, just so that there's that awareness with the committee and council.
Thank you. And I don't know specifically what, I don't have a motion written up for the non-market change, but I do think it's important that, firstly, certainly the non-market change within the residential class be used to reduce residential taxes. I also think it's important that the non-market change within the light industrial class be used to reduce residential taxes. And I think that's incredibly important because when we add industry to our community, it can be positive in a lot of ways, but it can have a negative impact on the community as well in some ways. And I think that the community expects to benefit as a result of lower taxes. I know that we've had this conversation at length in years where we were not making that reallocation, and we are, and I think it's made a difference over the last few years. But I really believe strongly that that new taxation in industrial tax classes needs to be felt by the residents of Port Alberni as reduced property taxes for the people who live here. So I guess maybe just clarity from your report, the 1.96% that you had spoken to, was that what we could bring residential property taxes down just from the residential non-market change?
So, Madam Chair, that is correct. That would just be the non-market change from Class 1 residential, staying within that class and bringing that down. If we took non-market change from light industrial, that would probably bring it down from, now, these numbers are approximate, so 14.91 would be the tax impact if we made none of these changes that the committee has approved, down to 14.17% if we use non-market change from the light industry class.
Thank you. And alternatively, that non-market change from the light industrial class could be put into reserves to continue to action. I mean, I know we're trying to populate an asset management reserve.
So, Madam Chair, with that, in the staff report, if we just kept the tax rate at 16.86 and then took all the non-market change and then made that non-market change to our asset management reserve, that would probably create about $525,000 of additional tax funding to that reserve if council and the committee made that recommendation.
Thank you. So I think that a rough calculation of the value of the motions that I made today, if they are approved by council, would reduce taxes, or the tax increase this year, by approximately 7%. And then the 1.96, I think we're getting down to an amount that is still high, but more reasonable. But I think that it's not a long-term sustainable plan, and we all have to recognize that. So I think that we always get to this point in a budget and we say, like, there's operational changes that have to be explored, but it's not really the time at budget time to explore operational changes. So while we still do have time within our budget process, I think it's important that following the budget process this year, we really start to do more evaluations of the service levels that we have in all of our departments, and if they are if they are the areas we want to prioritize our tax funds or not. With that, I will go to other councillors. Councillor Solda.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. On the boiler, the 500,000, could we not take it out of the, yes, out of the gas tax, and that would bring that down? And also the, there was something else on there. Maybe an explanation, because it was brought up by the public, members of the public, on the, the multiplex, the ice rink board of $500,000. So reason why it has to be purchased, and also could we take it out of something else?
It's 2025.
It's 2025, okay. But maybe an explanation about why eventually it's got to be replaced and who's paying for it and why we're paying for it.
Madam Chair, to Councillor Solda, with the multiplex boards, I'll address that one first. They're over 20 years old. They've become brittle. I know the screws are popping out. There's some, obviously maintenance issues with that. They're at end of life. The taxation for that is 100% from city taxpayers. We originally built that facility back in 2002, and with that, we did have the participation with the rural areas as far as the capital contributions, but at this time, other than the mentioned contribution to recreational services from Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek, and Sprout Lake, that's approximately $77,000. There's no other contribution from the regional areas for that, except if they pay for services. So that's where a partial recovery of costs is, and for the multiplex, it's under 30%. So the bulk of the requirement for funding of that will come from taxation or grants, and we can use our gas tax for recreational facilities. With that, the boiler we could use, and I think the recommendation has been to look at that. So staff will bring back the adjusted financial plan based on the recommendations and consider that at the next council meeting. So we'll work to get that report out for the agenda this week. Obviously, it's a quick turnaround, and thanks to corporate services for all the work that they do on this tight turnaround, but it's good. We will bring that forward to the council and have that adjustment to reflect the intentions of the committee for the recommendation to council.
Okay, and one more thing, Madam Mayor. On the boiler, could just an explanation why why we need a new boiler? I totally understand and I agree with it, but the public doesn't know what it's for, and maybe an explanation too.
So the Public's Work Yard, I believe, was built in the 1960s sometimes, and this is the original boiler system. We had a boiler system at Glenwood that was the same vintage. These are systems that can no longer be replaced. If there's failure at the wrong time of year, it'd be very costly for us. So I know it's been on the radar. We've been looking at alternatives for the works yard, but we just have not brought forward a business case for that, and we can't wait any longer for the boiler. It's really the health and safety of the employees that work out of that facility. They need to be in a condition that they can work. So it's a critical piece of equipment that needs to be replaced.
And I agree. So, and I'm really excited about the class 1, and we're shifting the tax from class 5 over, and I really like that. I totally agree with that. So, just thought I'd.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas and then Councillor Haggard. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mealy will be after Councillor Douglas. I have everyone on the list.
Thank you. Unlike you, Madam Mayor, has been doing a fantastic job of cutting some costs. I'd like to add an amendment to our financial plan. However, I can assure you the cost is going to be very minimal and possibly none at all. But what I'd like to do is make a motion, and our staff have a copy of this, that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct administration to include design work for the Canal Beach Pier project within the 2024 financial plan, with construction included for 2026. And I can add a bit if you want to discuss it.
Thank you,
And just
Councillor
to add, very,
Douglas.
very simply, as you may know, we have enough material set aside for the project from the plan that we had of recycling the SOMAS property demolition products. We also have a number of in-kind materials that are ready for the project. In 2018, the city commissioned an engineering firm to develop a plan for the pier, and that engineering study is in our possession. We have some volunteers, engineers, who have offered to discuss with that engineering firm some changes that would introduce cost savings. And this motion here will set that in place so that it can take place discussions in 2024, and that's what this is intended to accomplish. Thank you.
Could you clarify what is the budget allocation that you're looking for 2024?
Well, that's really going to come down to starting the discussion and seeing if actually the plans can be achieved through an in-kind donation of sorts by the engineering firm that has already done the work to date. So I can't really specifically say what, amount of what the exact figure is, but of course that can be a caveat within the motion if you wish for that.
Thank you. Councillor Dame, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great project, and I appreciate Councillor Douglas bringing this forward. My only concern is if I would want to know what the cost was before supporting this, just to make sure that we're not adding a last-minute addition to the budget this year as we're trying to shave it down. So very much support it in the right time and the right place, and I would just like to know what it would cost. So.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
If I may, as we mentioned before, this is a committee of the whole meeting, so we can try and get that information for when it comes to council.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will just say that I would love to see that project completed. I think putting it for construction, scheduling it tentatively into our 2026 budget makes sense. I won't support a budget increase this year just because it is such a difficult budget year as it is. But I would support making it a project for this year that work could be continued on if it doesn't require a budget allocation. If it requires a budget allocation, then I would consider it for 2025. But if there is in-kind work available, if there are people who are committed to the project and want to carry it forward, and recognizing that it would require a staff resource, but not a budget addition, I would support it in that sense. So I guess clarification on your motion did say adding it to the budget, but are you just looking to add it as a project, or you don't know yet?
No, I can answer that in the affirmative, and everything you said is in agreement with the concept of the motion.
Thank you. Then I can certainly support the motion to keep working on the project, especially since we have materials set aside. I think if we let those materials end up getting sold elsewhere or go to waste long term, we will never be able to get the project done again for the same price. So I would like to see us move the project forward, but just not with a budget increase this year. Okay. Seeing no other comments on the motion. Sorry, Councillor Haggard.
Could I get clarification exactly what the motion is?
Go ahead, Councillor Douglas.
The motion is that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct administration to include design work for the Canal Beach Pier project within the 2025 financial plan, with construction included for 2026.
Thank you. So we'll probably need if we pass this as is, when it goes to council, it will probably need an amendment to that motion before it's passed, just because it does reference budget. And if someone would like to change it now, they can certainly make a amending motion. But it is committee of the whole, so nothing here passed as official. And I think if there's a general understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, it brings it forward for discussion at a council meeting. Okay. Okay, seeing no other comments on the motion, all in favor? None opposed, carried, thank you.
If I may,
Douglas.
just further to the discussion, just for the community too, we were talking about different levels of taxation. You mentioned light industry, and we've mentioned residential. I don't quite understand how everything works with the market changes, and I'm just wondering, are we going to be able to share equally on all levels of the taxation, so business tax, properties tax, heavy industry taxation, and share in a sense that that also helps lighten the burden on the residential property owners?
Yeah.
So in other words, can we effectively cause increases in some of the other fields, such as heavy industry or business property taxes, in order to alleviate the burden on the residential properties?
Thank you. So we can do whatever we decide to do. And Andrew might want to speak to that now. And I will just say that when we have our tax rate discussion for the tax rate bylaw, we can have a more in-depth conversation as well. And there's a lot of different multipliers that help us understand where business taxes should be versus residential and so on. Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to Councillor Douglas, if we look at the staff report in the column there, we had a 1.38% increase for the residential class. When we look at light industry, that was 16.47, and business and other was 2.34, and rec and not-for-profit 17.29%. So, you know, we can bring a couple different options to council just to look and see what the impact is, but you know, we've kept the business class at the same percentage for a period of time now within that range. It's our non-market change with our residential that we see quite a significant increase over the last 4 or 5 years. So that's had a positive and dilution effect there, and we've kept it within there, and we've seen the I didn't mention major industry because there was no non-market change. There hasn't been investment or new buildings that are assessed within major industry. So we don't anticipate that either, and that rate is currently about just over 18% of our overall tax base for our tax share.
Thanks. And I think, Councillor Douglas, if I'm correct to you in understanding, you're asking just about arbitrarily reassigning the split, maybe making heavy industry 20% instead of 18%, as not an actual suggestion. But so looking at that split, this is separate from non-market change, which are the numbers in the report. Does everyone understand what non-market change is? Yeah, it's a complicated topic. So non-market change really just is the new build units or significant renovated units that came onto the market. So if a new apartment building is built, those are new taxpayers that didn't exist before that add to our budget, and how we utilize those new funds coming in has shifted over the years. Councillor Douglas, if you have any follow-up comments?
Yeah, well, I think I'm getting the picture here, but so at some point in time, we could have the option, should we choose, to increase the heavy industry tax or to increase the business property tax outside of the non-market change formula.
Thank you. Andrew?
Madam Chair, council has at their will to assign the tax share based on the needs of the community. So I think, you know, when we went through the catalyst withholding of the taxes back in 2009, that case actually went to Supreme Court, and cities are permitted to set the tax share burden, as they say, across each class based on the need of that community. So that's available for council to adjust, taking in all considerations of each tax class and the needs of the community. That's always available for council to adjust.
Thank you. And there's a formal time to do that, which is at the tax rate bylaw point, so we won't miss it because it is something that we have to actually set out and do. Go ahead, Councillor Douglas.
Okay, so we could do that prior to setting the bylaw for the new tax rates. Yeah, okay. And the reason I mention that is particularly relevant as we see our community changing and we see heavy industry occupying our waterfront properties. And we do need an incentive of a sort as well when we get new industry for them to consider other locations outside of the waterfront urban area. So I think it might be something that we could consider as well to help alleviate the burden on the residential property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is it on this topic or a different topic?
It's on.
Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Solda and then Councillor Mealy.
So I just want to clarify what Councillor Douglas has said, Mrs. Mayor Minions. You're asking about business taxes going up too, like the percentage? Am I missing that, or you want that number to go up?
I think Madam Mayor got it quite right actually in the beginning. It was really just looking at the levels of taxation amongst all the different classes. And if we're seeing a huge impact, in this case, on the residential property owners, is there a way of alleviating that by adjusting the taxation rate on the other classes of taxation, such as heavy industry, light industry, business property? Does that help?
Okay, Madam Mayor, regarding, like, I really support residential going down, and I really support the business to stay where it is, because I just look at it, a lot of small businesses are having a lot of issues in that, and it's unaffordable. They owe the money back to the government, and that they can't afford that. So and I have no problem with light industry going up and a touch of the major industry. I know why it went down, and I understand that too. But I just want that to be clear. That's how I feel. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Dame, before we go to new topics.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Douglas bringing this up. It was something that I was wondering about as well. And I was wondering through the chair to the Director of Finance, if the report that I assume will come forward during when we have our bylaw discussion on this topic, if it will include like maybe a similar table of comparisons to other communities and where their rates are for industry. I found the one that was presented on the residential tax rates to be very helpful, and I heard a lot of people in the public did as well. So I'm just curious if that might be included as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone for being patient through this process. First of all, Madam Mayor, I just want to give you, commend you on the work you've done to this point to work on reducing the rate. So, and a lot of good work done today. So I do appreciate everything you've done so far. Just a little history. I found it weird to be in these halls 20 years after the discussion of a mill not wanting to pay their taxes and a council reacting by moving 0.5% of off industry and 0.2% off commercial to a 0.7 addition to residential. And here we are 20 years later talking about going the other way, which is great for our residents. So, but it is, yeah, after 20 years, it's a weird discussion to have to sit here and listen to that. So my question is through you, Madam Mayor, to staff on the APR, the Alberni Pacific Railway. If there's an update on where that's at. I know we were waiting for grant application funding through Island Corridor. Also to the infrastructure that they are proposing or has been proposed to upgrade on the crossings. Can that be taken out of the growing community funds?
Thank you for the question. I believe the grant was deliberated on last week, and I'm just waiting to hear from Island Corridor. I have been in contact with them also on a right-of-way, so I should be hearing this week. About whether or not the crossings would fit into the growing community funds, I would have to look at that, but we can have that question answered for the Q&A.
I would love that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. Andrew, I looked through the Q&A and I couldn't find it, so please forgive me if I missed the question. But I was wondering if there's any advantages or disadvantages to leasing vehicles versus buying them.
It's something that we have reviewed. There is options out there. I know that those options are fairly costly. But over time, I honestly, like, I think we'd have to do more research as far as staff and, just the usage and we have to really analyze how we use our equipment before we can make a decision on that. So it probably would take some time for us to work with staff to get, some information to council. But I know we've looked at that, we've considered that as an option, but just haven't had the time to make a business case for that. And I mean, we can most definitely follow up and make sure that we bring that forward if that's a request of council or the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy?
If I may, Madam Mayor, so if we are looking to lease vehicles for the city of Port Alberni, just in my other profession, I would recommend it only be for staff members. I would not, in the end, whatever lease you have at the end, you have a lease end value, and then you have to have an appraisal on the vehicle itself and its condition. I would sense that if we leased out for the works yard or fire department, anything like that, that it would not be advantageous to the taxpayer merely because it's going to be used and you have to make sure every scratch, tires are done, brakes are done and all that. So, but for staff members, who don't drive over 25,000 kilometers a year, that may be something to look at. But just for our heavy vehicles, I would recommend against it.
Yeah, that's what I was more referring to. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that.
Additional questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Andrew, thank you for all your continued work on the budget. And I know that we'll have additional discussions. So we'll move on. There's no staff reports, no correspondence. On to new business. Item number 1, city involvement in local events. We have a report from our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture. Have we changed that? Parks, Recreation and Culture? Okay, I'm just gonna stop saying Parks, Recreation and Heritage then for like the 10th time today. Go ahead, thank you.
Madam Chair, you're welcome to refer to us any way you wish. So, Madam Chair, this report provides the Committee of the Whole with an update about the city's involvement with local community events and provides council with an opportunity to direct administration regarding the level of involvement the city would like to have with events in community. So the city's involvement with local events currently ranges from being very hands-on in collaboration with external organizations or a hands-off approach or those that are event-driven. The report in front of you tonight includes 3 recommendations for the Committee of the Whole and Council to consider. The first being contacting both the Sashat and Hupecheset First Nations to confirm what involvement or contribution would be most meaningful for the City of Port Alberni to provide each nation for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. The second recommendation indicates to contact the Toy Run organizers to indicate that the first night events in 2024 and beyond would be city-led, and the Toy Run is then welcome to run their own activities within the criteria that's outlined in the staff report within the event-driven category. And the third recommendation would be that to contact the Polar Bear Swim organizers to indicate that the Polar Bear Swim in 2025 and beyond will meet the criteria as outlined in the event-driven category.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from council? And sorry, I know Councillor Douglas has indicated that he'd like to recuse himself for the polar bear piece of this. So if we could avoid questions on that part of the discussion, and we will have them when he gets to the point of recusing himself. But I did want him to be able to be included in the first 2 pieces of the discussion. Councillor Solda.
I'm just kind of curious to know, does the Toy Run organizers know what's going on? Because I have been told that they're not excited about this, and so I'm just wondering what your take is, or have you contacted them? And I believe the chair is David Wichar for the Toy Run. I'm not sure.
So, Madam Chair, that's correct, who the chair is of the event. There has not been a specific conversation with the Toy Run just yet, determining first how the Committee of the Whole and then consequently how council would like to see those events run. So if council wishes to see them continue business as normal, obviously that's an option as well. So, so no, at this stage we have not engaged, staff has not engaged Toy Run directly on what the potential outcomes might be.
So I'm kind of curious to know, why are we going to take the lead on this, and what advantage is it for us, and disadvantage not having the Toy Run taking the lead?
So, Madam Chair, just so we're clear, at this stage, the city would continue to run our first night activities. So, as it's outlined in the staff report there's confusion among the specific events that the Toy Run's running. So, the balloon drop, for instance, city staff have found that it runs later in the evening than what's desired by families. And so, we're in a bit of this push-pull that the Toy Run's keen to have that event continue to run, which is wonderful if they'd like to do that and take that portion on. So staff's recommendation is to have city retain that portion of the event that we've run for many years under first night. And if the Toy Run wishes to continue their portions, they may do so, but separate them a little bit, so then that way we can focus our staffing efforts on our specific portion of the event, and then those volunteers can run that event, those sections as they wish.
So another question would be, I wasn't at the event, so could you tell me what the Toy Run did and what the city did, what responsibilities, and did it cost the Toy Run to run their event other than whatever prizes or whatever they had?
No, so there isn't a cost to the tour. I'm not sure of the Toy Run's model. I presume they're volunteer driven. I'm not sure about prizes and that sort of thing. But no, there's not. There has not traditionally been a cost associated with that. So as part of the first night activities, so this specifically where the balloon drop happens, and those activities are at Glenwood Centre. We also have first night activities at the Aquatic Center as well as at the multiplex. So this idea of it's a free family fun night where you can sort of have a progressive night of recreation and go to a variety of our facilities to enjoy various events. So in Glenwood, for instance, there might be things like everything from face painting through to rollerblading and that sort of activity. And then again, the Toy Run has led the balloon drop portion of the evening.
All right. So if the recommendation goes through, Madam Mayor, the Toy Run still has the opportunity to come before council at the regular meeting and say whatever they want to say, if they do. So I'm good. Thank you very much for the questions. For the answers.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I don't see the event that happens, the Halloween event that happens out at McLean Mill, the Haunting, I believe it's called on here, the ADAPS supportive event. I was just wondering if that was just an oversight or if that was deliberate. It has over, I believe, 2,000 people, at least last year did, attending it. So I think that's pretty significant. Thanks.
Yes, so Madam Chair, that can be considered an oversight. So typically the hunting event is run directly by ADAPS. And so that would be considered an event, when we look at the different categories, an event-driven event that the city has minimal involvement in that, and that would be ADAPS taking the lead, yes.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of the Toy Run people. They did actually ask me to attend a meeting over the weekend, and they're sort of watching this closely. I think we just need to really recognize the important work they have done over the past decades and the contributions they've made to our community. I know they're extremely upset with the city. I think partially that is just a matter of a community evolving over a period of time and, changes happening that things change in communities. But I do want to emphasize that we really need to, respect the work they've done and hopefully can work everything out into a model that works for everybody. So just thanks for the opportunity to say that.
Thank you. Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture.
So, Madam Chair, just to ensure that members of the committee are crystal clear, when I refer to the toy run, we're talking about the first night activities only. So the toy run event itself, that is integral to the fabric of our community, is not part of the discussion when I mentioned the first night event. So I'm talking very specifically a single component of the first night event on December 31st each year. Not the toy run event held the fall, just so the committee is aware as well.
Thank you. Are you able to speak to Canada Day and why there's not a recommendation for Canada Day? Is that something that we see we can't take on, or just because we haven't had involvement in the past?
So, Madam Chair, within the past number of years, we've had sort of adjustments or an ebb and flow in the amount of involvement that the organization that the city has had with the Folkfest Society and the Canada Day events. So at this point, so a few years back, there was actually presentation to council of the day, the discussion about having a bit of a transition period. So as staff, we worked trying to get community involved as well, have community take the event over. And then it was in a state where the Folkfest Society was unable to continue supporting that. And so at this point, there was a call to community as well to say who's interested in taking this on, which keen volunteers would like to be, staff would be happy to mentor and help the event organizers get started, but the idea that there wouldn't be the capacity with an existing staff to take that type of event on. So if the committee and council has a different stance at this stage that you'd like to explore bringing back city involvement in running a Canada Day type parade or ceremony or some sort of celebration, it would be something that staff would recommend that we'd bring forward a business case and also corresponding budget impact to have staff run that event.
Thank you. I wonder if we could potentially just start to think about shifts in our community investment program to maybe give out fewer grants, but give out more meaningful grants to organizations to put on events like this. I think when we originally started talking about a report like this coming forward, it was to look at addressing issues like Canada Day, where this year we had no Canada Day event like whatsoever. And it was really almost like at the city, we just didn't even know until like a week before that there was nothing happening. I think that shocked all of us and was disappointing from like council and staff. I think the whole community obviously wants to see something happen. And that said, I recognize that we can't have our staff take on the full execution of that event. But I do note that we give out significant amounts of money to local organizations. And a lot of the time that money is, it just starts to form part of their operating budget. And we see this at the regional district as well with the grant and aid process, that that money just becomes relied on. It doesn't necessarily bring something new to our community. And so I almost think that like a reworking, some of these events are falling apart because they don't have enough volunteers. I mean, we just heard about the mural project with the Rotary Arts Club. They don't have enough volunteers. They don't have enough capacity. We have programmers at the city programming all sorts of fantastic programs and events. I know we can't take them all on, and we certainly can't add to the budget in this type of year, but I think that we have something here that's not working, and we're not really addressing it. So is it a reworking of the grant of the community investment program? Is it, I don't know, is it, shifting the direction of some of our programmers so that instead of offering maybe additional programs, we're supporting those types of events? I think something needs to happen, and I think there's a lot of good information to start with in this report, but I don't want to just make these 3 motions and then move on from this because it's going to come July 1st next year and we're going to all be disappointed that there's not a Canada Day event. So I'm not suggesting any kind of addition to the budget, but possibly a really thorough revamping of some of the programs that we have that already give support to local organizations to make it more meaningful so that we can support these events that are important to us. Councillor Haggard.
Yeah, my vision for Canada Day wouldn't have to be a parade because that is a lot of work, but it could be simply programmers going down to Harbor Key and having like fun things for kids to do. And it doesn't have to be really a big event, but it can be a fun family event. So don't think big, think a little bit smaller, and it'll still be fun. Thank you.
But right now, we're not thinking anything because it's in the event-driven category. So I think we would need to, first of all, switch it to a different category if we want to even make it a priority, which is, in my opinion, understanding the intent of this report is really to categorize what are we involved in and what are we not involved in. I think we need to not just necessarily make these motions and move on, but possibly give more thought to this because there's events in here that, in my opinion, are less important than having a Canada Day event, and these events are city-led. I'm not sure what Jump Jam is. It sounds cool, but I don't know. What's the budget for Jump Jam organizing without having any idea what it is? We might want to suggest that Canada Day event for our whole community is more important. So I think this is a really great start for this report, and I almost want to suggest that we bring this back to an additional committee of the whole so that we can have further conversation about it. I think the motion here certainly about National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is a great one. The toy run just seems to make sense. It's really it seems to me a redefining of who's taking on those first night events. So I don't have a problem with the recommendations, but I do think we've left a bit of a gap here that needs to not just be overlooked. Councillor Solda.
I agree with you, Madam Mayor, on Canada Day. What is Canada Day? You have to look at it that. And there's a lot of people from other countries coming into we're talking about the Ukrainians, the wars that are happening, and a lot of immigrants coming. What does that mean to us, right? And I think, especially next year, it's going to mean a lot more. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. Yeah, if we're going to consider bringing this back to another committee of the whole, I would suggest maybe adding Salmon Fest to the list as well.
Thank you. So the list of events for us to take on, but for us to discuss. Maybe our role is reaching out to say what kind of support do you need, or looking for an organization to take it on, and then trying to get a better understanding of what we would need to support in order to enable that. Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I think the intention would just be to have a discussion about where we fall in each of these and where we might be, whether maybe it's no part at all. Yeah.
Thank you. CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, we can bring this forward to another committee of the whole. What information, or is there any additional information you're going to want from staff? Because I would like that clear direction on what information you'd like. Is it costing around the events, or how many events, or just a little clarity on that?
Thank you. So personally, I think we could bring it back in collaboration with a discussion around the community investment program as a start. We haven't discussed community investment program in depth recently. We haven't made changes to it in a lot of years. Thinking about the facade improvement program, we recognized that the program got a little bit stale, so we paused it and we're going to revamp it. I think the community investment program, we could consider the same. I know it does a lot of good for a lot of organizations in the community, but it also, I think, fills, just like populates a budget for organizations sometimes and doesn't necessarily make a difference whether they get that or not. I would personally like a bit of expansion on each of the city-led and collaborative events, even just a couple of lines on each one, just to understand what each of them are, because some of the events I'm not completely familiar with. Kind of what do we do, or what's our part in it? Is there additional information council would like? Could you tell me what Jump Jam is just today? Because I'm curious.
Madam Chair, the Jump Jam is an event that started a year or two ago now, in the beginning of September, Williamson Park. You will come racing down on your two-wheeled vehicle, so your bicycle of choice, you will go careening off a ramp into a ginormous airbag. And so, so it is as part of our building in our mountain bike program. So little ones and little ones at heart get to go absolutely bananas at Williamson Park every fall. So it's quite an event, and so the route is a mountain biking or cycling event.
Sounds
Ben-
amazing.
Ben would love that.
Ben would love that. Thank you. Okay, unless there's other specific requests that council would like for information. Okay, I mean, I'll just make a motion that we, actually, I won't, I'm gonna make this after, because I think we should make some of the motions here first. Councillor Mealy, do you want to read the first motion?
I'll take the first motion, Madam Mayor. I move that the Committee of the Whole recommends council direct staff to contact Seychot and Hoopetsasa First Nations to confirm what involvement or contribution would be most meaningful for the City of Port Alberni to provide each nation for National Day for Truth and Reconciliation.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no more questions on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And did you want to read the next one?
I will, Madam Mayor. I move that the Committee of the Whole recommends council direct staff to contact the Toy Run organizers to indicate that the first night events in 2024 and beyond will be city-led, and that the Toy Run is welcome to run their own activities within the criteria outlined in the event-driven category.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Dame. And I think important to note on this one, if there is a concern from the Toy Run, then we could certainly hear from them. I see this as an opportunity looking to help take away the burden from something. So if there's concern from Toy Run, we can certainly evaluate that before we actually make a decision. Councillor Mealy? No. Okay, wonderful. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Douglas?
Yeah, just a bit of background. The Polar Bear Swim was established by the city while I was mayor
No,
in
you can't
2012.
speak to it if you're recusing yourself.
For that reason, I'm recusing myself from this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. We'll just wait for Councillor Douglas to leave the room. Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to make this motion or an alternative? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Committee of the Whole recommends council direct staff to contact the Polar Bear Swim organizers to indicate that the Polar Bear Swim in 2025 and beyond will meet the criteria as outlined in the event-driven category.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Would somebody like to get Councillor Douglas back? Thank you. And council, I'm going to move that we defer the same report after the motions have already been passed to a future committee of the whole meeting with the additional information requested, and that we also bring back an overview of the community investment program at the same time and how it currently operates. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Okay, getting through this agenda. Recreation fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this report provides the Committee of the Whole with an update about the city's current recreation fees and charges bylaw. So in conjunction with discussions about budget and revenue generation opportunities, thought that this might be timely to bring forward. So the fees and charges bylaw includes cost for admission to and use of city recreation facilities. The report is not an exhaustive list of our fees and charges. The 4 categories that were studied are meant to be an overarching view of some of our main categories of recreation fees and charges. So 5 options have been suggested for the committee's consideration, 4 of which explore adjustments to existing fees and charges or where there's currently a value associated of more than 0. And one of the recommendations or options outlines charging user groups to rent sports fields, which have historically not had a fee associated with their use here in Port Alberni. And I'd be thrilled to discuss or answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Solda.
I just have a hard time charging for our ball fields, and I understand there's wear and tear and everything else. And we've had this discussion in the past about it, so I'm not sure if I'm there yet for that. Yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up. I know other communities, you can charge, there's a lot of kids that are playing ball or soccer or whatever, and there's a lot of families that put them in the programs, and they just can't afford to. It gets tighter and tighter. And I know from when my kids were smaller, like, I didn't put them in sports. I tried them at the very beginning, but the cost was just too much for me. And so I put them in Army cadets and because it was all free. So I'm just not there, and I'm not sure if I can support this.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that even though we don't charge for the fees, parents are still charged for their kids to play the sports already. Councillor Douglas.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and just to carry on from Councillor Solder, I have no problem with charging fees for use of our, park facilities. I mean, they cost money. We have to pay for their upkeep. What I don't understand is a system we can develop in which we can do that for example, ball fields. How do we distinguish? The elephant in the room is the regional district. And how do we distinguish from regional district users from, people in the city who pay to keep those facilities up to date and maintained? And that's the puzzle for me. So if our director of recreation and culture, heritage, has any ideas in that regard as a system maybe in other communities that has been found to work, until we can get to that sweet spot for the regional district actually does pay for use of our recreational services. So if you have any ideas that way, it'd be welcome to hear.
Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, in some communities, for instance, if you're speaking specifically to individuals being part of a team, for instance, and equal contribution or a varying contribution, one system that some communities will enlist is a roster type system. So each individual, each participant or athlete on a team would indicate their home address as part of the registration process, and then you'd have the ability as the user group, or if it's the city allocating the fields, to then delineate the costs accordingly. So yes, is the short answer. We could do that.
So if I'm understanding correctly, if we're charging, then yes, we can. But currently, we're not charging for fields. Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to say that I'm kind of in the middle of where Councillor Solda and Councillor Douglas are. I have no problem in charging for adults to use, but I would be very against our youth being charged for uses of our fields. So I'll just say that.
Thank you. I think that's a fantastic position. And I think we should make a motion around a position like that. I think it's a complicated issue because there's also events like Fantastic that are charitable events that contribute a lot, again, to our community. I think that there's no intent, or there shouldn't be an intent, to charge events like that are just going to we're going to take away from the revenues that they are giving back to the community in donations. But I do think that leagues that exist for adults should pay for the use of the fields. The fields are not free, as we well know. $400,000 into field repair, replacement, plus maintenance that is at a significant cost as well. So I would love to see us pursue a fees and service or fees and charges option for fees for adult sports, but waiving fees for child and youth sports. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then just to go back to Fantastic, that's a great example of something I believe the community would support in general anyways. So I would say for the special events throughout the year that they can come, talk to council and waive those fees.
absolutely. And I mean, we've got systems in place where we could do that now through the community investment program, which maybe will change. But council also can just agree to waive any fee as a decision of council. Councillor Dame and then Councillor Haggard.
Oh, thanks. I was just gonna say the exact same thing as Councillor Mealy, and he beat me to it. But I would no, it's all good. I appreciate you, and that's yeah. I don't think that we should be even really considering charging youth to use the fields, or as the mayor pointed out, charitable events. But absolutely, adults and as Councillor Douglas brought up, we should be looking into ways to equitably charge fees to the non-city residents as well.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I guess I need a rationale as to why we don't want to charge children for playing our fields, but we charge our children fees for playing hockey.
Too logical. I'm not sure anyone can provide a rationale, so great point. Councillor Haggard, CAO, did you have your hand up over there?
Through the chair, I didn't, but I can add a comment to the conversation is really if council wants, we could make youth and children sports free. We wouldn't have to charge rates. So on the other side of it, we give field use for free. Why do we charge for the other facilities? And most of it is to make up some of the money that we're spending on the facilities is why we would charge a fee. So again, that's at the will of council, and staff will take direction.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that, Madam Mayor. So I guess what it is there's fees already for certain sports such as hockey, maybe use of Glenwood Center or whatever it is for the youth. We don't currently charge right now. So if we're looking to add a fee for the use of our fields, I would just suggest that not adding it for the youth would be the right way to go, just to ensure, if we're gonna add a fee, I'd just rather not see it affect youth sports. If there's fees already in place, I understand it, and for the use of, like I said, the arena, or we can definitely look at that. I mean, I'm in support of making youth sports free in the community, but how far does this council wanna go?
Thank you. I think we'd need a lot of information on what that would actually look like. I think it's a great concept. And I think important to note also that we do have programs in place for youth whose parents are not able to afford to put them into sports. So I think it's called the HEART program. And I don't know if council's ever really had a formal report on that. So it might be nice to know, like, what is the uptake? Are people aware of it? You know, how many people are utilizing that program? Does it cap out, or is it endless for as many youth who want to take part in it? Councillor Haggard.
I'm not very familiar with the city-run program, but I used to be very, very involved with Kids Sport and Jumpstart. And quite often, if somebody applied to Kids Sport, we would partner with Jumpstart to make sure that no matter what the limit was, that child could play whatever sport that they wanted. So there's lots of options and there's lots of help in the community.
Great, and I think that's really important to remember. I think that, you know, there's probably a general mentality here that any children who want to play sports should be able to play sports or participate in other activities. And so just as long as there are programs in place, then I think we can take that into our consideration, at least with some of these decisions. Other comments? Okay. I'm going to, so we have a number of options in front of us here. And I'm going to move first, option number, I think it's option number 3, that the Committee of the Whole recommends Council direct administration to update recreation fees and charges as of September 1st, 2024 to reflect the 2024 median of the following communities: Campbell River, Courtenay, Comox, Esquimalt, Oakbeg, Powell River. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mealy. And I think this is just, oh, sorry. Director of Parks Recreation.
Just wanting to ensure that we're all understanding the intent of that motion is indicating that all of the existing fees and charges that are outlined in the current bylaw would be updated. So not just what's in front of council or the committee here, but everything in the entirety of the bylaw, just so we're all clear.
Well, there's a chart here. I mean, I think that the intent is just to make sure that we are, so I'm looking at the information that's been provided and not information that hasn't been provided. But the fees and charges for parks, recreation, and culture would be the median of the other communities.
Yes, so Madam Chair, the option 1 and option 2 are referring to, excuse me, option 1 is talking about the fees for admissions and the rentals that are outlined in this report. Option 2 is talking about increasing all recreation fees and charges. And option 3 is, so essentially, option 2 and 3 are in relation to all recreation fees and charges, whereas option 1 is just speaking to the handful of the 4 items that were reviewed in the report, just so we're clear.
I'm not completely clear. CEO.
Through the chair, so I think the intent of the number 3 would be to bring, as you said, bring us to the mean charge of all those communities. So what those communities charge, it's not the highest or not the lowest, but the medium of it, but on all charges within the bylaw. So for everything within rec, culture, and parks.
Thanks. And so I think that this, that was the intent when we requested the information, was to do a full review of the parks, recreation, and heritage fees. So this, in my opinion, would bring the rest of the information to council so that we could evaluate. Because really my intent is for what's in the report, but originally we had requested all of the fees. Questions or comments? Councillor Solda.
So would that include the sports field in this motion, Madam Mayor? Because I
have a separate motion for sports fields just because we don't currently have charges for them.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's fine. I'll support this. Thank you.
Okay. See you.
Through the chair, plus when we make the changes, as directed by council, we'll be coming back to a committee of the whole to discuss the bylaw and the suggested changes.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no additional comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And then we'll just move that committee of the whole recommends council direct administration to implement a fee for sports field use starting September 1st, 2024, based on the median of the 6 comparative communities, and bring back an option for exemptions for fees for youth sports, youth and child sports, as well as nonprofit special events. Thank you. And I think that we'll need probably additional information on what that would look like. The reason I say that is all of the sports organizations probably are nonprofit. So the intent is for one-time events and not for field rentals for sports. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. I was just going to point out that sports leagues are in general nonprofit, and that maybe charitable events might be a better terminology, but yeah.
I agree to update it to charitable events. Thank you. Councillor Solda.
So just to be clear, so we're going to come back with a report regarding youth. Okay, so I'll support it in the meantime for this. Till we'll see.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And lastly, I want to move that the committee of the whole recommends that council direct staff to prepare a report outlining options that would permit city residents priority status for parks, recreation, and culture services. Thank you. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mealy. And I just wanted to speak to this because a year or so ago, we did bring this up in a council meeting as an option to look at. And especially as we've had to cancel programs at the pool and other things as a result of staff shortages, being able to book our programs is even more important. And I know not... I haven't tried to book swimming lessons myself, but and it's not a city service, but booking gymnastics is like you're in this crazy lottery for, you wake up at 6 a.m. and hope you're going to be able to get your kids in gymnastics for the year. And I've heard that things like swimming lessons are a very similar process. I know that booking city camps can be very challenging to get into as well, although last year we were really fortunate to have a fantastic number of camps available. It costs us a lot of money as a municipality to put on all of these events and these great programs that we do offer. And as we know and we often say, the regional district contributes just about nothing to us putting on these programs. So I think it's critically important that we ensure that our city residents have first pick of being able to book these services that they're already paying for. And I do know that a lot of regional district residents end up in programs ahead of city residents, just as a matter of who books first. So I think we need to develop a system where the people who are paying for the system or services have access to those services in a priority way. Any other comments? Councillor Douglas.
Could I hear the motion again?
That we recommend that council direct staff to prepare a report outlining options that would permit city residents priority status for parks, recreation, and culture services. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, if I can just comment, and partially this refers to the earlier discussion too. It's, you know, you can sort of see down the road what's happening here is a confrontation between the regional district and the city, which I think all of us agree we don't want to go there. But I think this is probably the best way to avoid going there, is to try and introduce, through motions such as you've come up with, the idea of the cost of these programs and facilities, so that people do recognize, particularly in the regional district, that they have to come to the table and start supporting these services so we can provide it. And ideally, Councillor Mealy's suggestion, all sports should be free. You know, they're great for health, they're great for saving on our medical bills and having good quality of life. But I just wanted to kind of say that because we really don't want to be fighting the regional district every step of the way, but we really do need to get them to the table in this way. So thanks.
Thank you, and I think you're absolutely right. Myself and Councillor Haggard, as the directors on the regional district, the last couple of years have made great efforts to listen to regional district directors, to understand why they have reservations about paying for things. And what we've continually heard is, why would we pay? We have access to the services. So the services are expensive, and I think it's incredibly important that we do give access to the services. That's how a community works, but that we make sure that first our residents, the people who are paying for the services, have access to those services. So, you know, if we can get to a better model where we're all, you know, where regional recreation or something like that, then that model would very much change. But I think for the time being, it's important that we at least explore what the opportunities are for prioritizing our residents. I'm going to just go to the director and then to Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, that the motion is referring to just registered programs or any drop-in programs as well?
I don't have enough information about the specifics of how our programs run to be able to speak to that, but my initial thought would be registered programs, and certainly not turning people away at the door of drop-in programs. Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Could I just get some clarification by what you mean by priority, like a pre-sale for 2 weeks, for example, and then after that you open it up?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, if we have a flood of people trying to register for swimming lessons, we make sure that for the first 24 hours, the first booking, you know, link that's available is only for city residents, and that anything then available following that be opened up to anyone. It might be regional district members, and we think regional district Alberni Valley, but, you know, we know that UCLU at Tofino comes here as well for swimming lessons and those types of things. And so we want to open it up to everyone when we have space available, but I think we just need to prioritize our residents when we know spaces are limited. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. We would probably want to consider adding some inclusionary language to First Nations living on reserve as well, I would think.
Yes, thank you, absolutely. And I think we could just make that a friendly amendment to consider Sisseton and Hupachesit as part of City of Port Alberni residents in that sense. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments then on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Council, are there any other pieces of direction that anyone would like to bring forward from the fees and charges for Parks and Rec? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Thorpe. And I should note, Director Thorpe, I think you recently got your PhD. So really, yeah, just wanted to congratulate you on that. I think it's certainly of huge value to us at the City of Port Alberni, and can't imagine the work that you've put into that, but I know it's been a few years and a lot of your focus, so big congratulations to you. Thank you. And my apologies for forgetting to do that at the beginning of the reports today. We'll move on to fees and charges for engineering and public works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As a segue to the previous report, we took a look at fees and charges in the engineering and public works domain as part of the 2024 financial budget approval, looking at revenue sources. Primarily, what was looked at was the utility service connections, because that's the predominant revenue source within engineering. You'll note in Table 1, we've looked at equivalent size communities in Vancouver Island, and you'll note that most of our fees are about half of what we see in other communities. A couple other communities that were also looked at, there's a different process, whereas they charge the actual cost of construction, where an estimate is completed and then an administrative fee is charged in addition to that. The two alternatives that are being presented or recommended to Committee of the Whole tonight to recommend to Council is that we increase our fees to bring them in line as per this Table 1. So it would be $6,000 each for sanitary, storm, and water. And also that we take a look and investigate what would be required in order to completely cost recover on these services. So essentially it would need to take a look at some roles and responsibilities with staffing and time commitments and how we actually estimate those fees. So the implications to that, just quickly, for 2023, for example, under service connections, there were 18 received for water, 5 for sanitary, 10 for storm. And so if this was accepted, hypothetically, it would be just under $100,000 more in increased revenues under engineering. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much for the report and for the information. And I think especially as we move through a budget like this, it's really important to look at making sure we are not undercharging on things. I know a few years ago we reviewed building permit fees and a few other things where we were significantly under what other communities were charging, and in a lot of cases as well, significantly under what our cost recovery was for the service. So we shouldn't be subsidizing private people to get their work done. So appreciate you bringing this forward. Questions from Council? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director of Infrastructure Services. Get that right. It's a little late now anyways. Just, I guess my question is, and Madam Mayor, you did mention that, is to not undercharge. However, I do look at the COMOX model, and it seems like it's a user pay. Whatever they need, they're going to pay for. I mean, in a construction or a private residence or however that goes. Is there an advantage to going that way so we know what our cost recovery is? But is that going to be an additional staff member cost? And I guess, and in the end too, I would hate for a city staff member to make a mistake on an estimate and we have a problem with that. But I'm a big fan of user pay for this kind of stuff. So is that somewhere where we should be going at least? May I ask that?
Through the chair to Councillor Millie, absolutely, and that is the second recommendation in this report, is to investigate what do we need for resources and staff to be able to provide cost estimates per site, per installation. So there's many models out there. I've seen communities that do simple fees where there's a short and a long one, for instance, depending on where it fits and the distances and the depth of the burial. Some communities like us currently fixed fee. Other communities are completely cost estimate, where it does require someone to go out, do measurements, do some surveying, understand exactly how much work is involved, and then provide an estimate based on that. So.
Just a follow-up question then. And so if we do move to something like that, is that going to slow the process down, I guess? Potentially, if someone comes to us and says, I want to develop this piece of property, I need these services, is having the staff member, whoever, coming down, is that going to delay that process, potentially, for any future development?
Through the chair, very good question. I couldn't answer that completely at this time until we know exactly what the process would look like and how much work is involved for providing those estimates.
Thank you, Madam. Just a statement that I would love to see us look into that.
Other comments? Would anyone like to read the motions? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's just see here. So is it two separate options here? Is that what I'm reading? May I ask? Just.
I think the two on the agenda are two different issues, so they each can be read, either together or separate. Because they're four different things.
Yeah, through the chair, the first one is about the utilities and coming with an average. This is a more common ask until we can do a full study over through the master planning process and understand the full depth of the requirement to do an actual full cost. The second part of the motion is for items that aren't requested, letdowns, driveways, that type of item that we do a service, and that we would have to provide an actual cost for. So it's to go through the whole bylaw, update the fees and charges, but in particular, focus on the utilities and make sure that's the mean average. And then for the ones that are less common, we're just going to bring them up to actual costs.
Sorry, and I apologize because I do see on the agenda option 1 as full, but I do not see option 2 on there. So, but I will make both if that's okay, Madam Mayor. So I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct administration to increase fees for utility service connections, bring them in alignment with comparable sized municipalities on Vancouver Island as outlined in the report Fees and Charges, Engineering and Public Works dated February 26, 2024. And further that staff review fees and charges bylaw 2007, bylaw number 4665, and where required, make the necessary rate amendments to ensure full cost recovery.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Thanks, Jim, for the report. And we'll move on to item number 4, development cost charges, reserve establishment and update. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So tonight I'm providing the report for the DCCs, just to establish those DCC reserves that need to be created. So we've been collecting the funds for DCCs over the last 15 years, and now just to ensure that we are following process, we'll make sure that we have the correct bylaws in a consolidated DCC reserve bylaw coming forward at the next council meeting. With that, there was some discussion regarding our DCCs and how we could look to an amenities bylaw and a community amenities bylaw. At this time, we don't have that program in place. There's been recent changes to legislation that now, before there wasn't, some municipalities had that in place as far as policies. Nanaimo was one that basically listed off different fees, different items that they could charge for, but it wasn't by bylaw. But with the changes to the community charter, now that is in place, and we can bring forward a report at a later date if council chooses to seek that. As far as a funding model for community amenities, we will bring that forward to council at that time, and then establish that bylaw. And in all likelihood, we might tie it to the DCC consolidated bylaw. So obviously with our reserve bylaw, we kept that separate because those are more of a, that stream is more of under council's will, but there's more legislative components as far as DCCs and what's required. And I'll talk a little bit more about the update to the DCC bylaw that needs to be undertaken. Also with the off-street parking, that is another component that we can bring further information forward to council. if we so choose to do an off-street parking, we'd likely see that under the reserve establishment bylaw, because that's slightly different than a DCC or community amenities. Most communities have that under their reserve bylaws. So those are two items that we can bring further information back to council for and seek further direction at that time once we know more. But there are some changes going on currently with the community charter. And when it comes to options for updating our DCC bylaws, we have to understand that our bylaw is fairly dated. That work and the project listing that we had for growth back in 2009 is no longer the projects that we identify, and then we wouldn't be proceeding with a lot of the items within there. So we do need to bring back a major update. We have sought the advice of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and unless there is those specific projects listed in the bylaw, we can't use the funding for the DCCs until the bylaw is updated and we reflect the new projects for growth. So I know we do have that when we look at our financial statements and we have the reserve funds available for DCCs. I do apologize that we haven't brought enough information for council's understanding on this issue, but I think now is a good time as we are doing our master plans, as we move forward with that, get the long-term financial plans and then identify those projects for growth. We'll be able to provide the new program for approval by both council and the public, and then we'd have to send that in to get the approval through the ministry, through the inspector. So once that is in place, then we can start addressing some of the newer projects that we've identified in our master planning for growth in the community. So with that, we're seeking just the recommendation to council to establish those reserve bylaws, and then seek the information that the committee would need to receive to advance any improvements to the DCCs and additional timelines. Because I think it will take some time for us to get there, because there is the master planning work, as we brought forward a report at our last committee of the whole that gave the timeline. So there has to be some significant work done. So I hope council can understand this, and the committee can take the information and seek some recommendations.
Thank you, Andrew. And I just want to speak to the importance of doing this work. We have approximately $3.5 million right now in our DCC reserve, and we're funding infrastructure projects that could be partially funded through that reserve, through taxation, prior years and this year, and or using funds like the Growing Communities Funds, or our gas tax funds that, to fund those projects instead. Development cost charges are, again, non-tax dollars. They're not grants from upper levels of government. It's, funds that come in from developers for development. And we know if you look at Bird Street 10th to 16th that we're looking to repave, we know the damage that is done to our streets from these developments. And so we could be using development funds to partially fund those projects, and instead we end up using taxpayer funds. So I think it's really important that we do prioritize getting this work done, recognizing that it is a big undertaking, but we want to be able to utilize those DCC funds in future years to offset the funds, or offset the cost to the taxpayers. Councillor Mealy.
I was going to read the motion, if that's all right, Madam Mayor. I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council endorse the Consolidation Reserve Establishment Bylaw for the following development cost charges reserves: Water Development Cost Charges Reserve, Sewer Development Cost Charges Reserve, Storm Drainage Development Cost Charges Reserve, Highway Facilities Development Cost Charges Reserve, and the Parkland Development Cost Charges Reserve.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dame. Any comments on this portion? Councillor Solda.
I'm not sure, Madam Mayor, Councillor Petula, last council meeting, and myself voted against, and I believe it was to do with DCCs. Is that, just to be clear?
It was this first portion, it was our reserve bylaw, but it was because we did not have the DCC reserve.
Right. So
bylaw.
Is this cleared the whole issue up, or did I miss the whole thing? Like, I'm just clarify it for me.
Madam Chair, so when we established the reserve bylaw, that was for the reserves that we identified, understanding that we needed to set up specific establishment for those types of reserves, understanding that this also needed to occur. So the recommendation that was supported by council was that we proceed with the reserve bylaw. And we always have viewed the DCCs as a separate establishment because of the nature of the DCCs versus the reserves, because they are very restrictive and they are for that development and growth. So.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Mealy, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct administration to update the development cost charges bylaw and further establish a community amenity charges bylaw in alignment and as informed by the official community plan update and master plan process.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification, if I may go back to number 3 on page 70. So we have the motion that was option 1, but option 2, and I apologize if I missed that or I didn't get the chance to, that was actually to review the overall utility service. And if there's a possibility, I'd like to make that motion, Madam Mayor. And that's on page 70. And I do apologize.
Yes,
I believe
okay.
they're two separate, and I just,
Yep,
it happened
absolutely.
really quickly, and I apologize for not being
Councillor
on.
Mealy, did you want to read it out just so that everyone
Absolutely,
sees it?
the
But it is on
motion.
page 70.
Absolutely, sorry, I apologize. Yes, of course. The motion is that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct administration to review the overall utility service connection application process and to investigate requirements to include estimates and actual costs of construction for the fees charged. That is the motion.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And we'll move on to revitalization tax exemption programs. And this is just a motion without a report because I put it forward so that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct staff to bring forward a report to a Committee of the Whole meeting considering the repeal of bylaws related to revitalization tax exemption programs. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Solda. And thank you, Council. So I know there's not a lot of information here today, but we had some brief discussion about this at our last Committee of the Whole or Council meeting. I don't know, there's been so many. And realistically, I think we are in a position as a community where we see developers investing here. I think that our bylaws that we have not ended up being the investment decision for developers to come in. They were coming to the community and buying land regardless. But the result of having the revitalization bylaws in place is that we do have at least one, possibly two, investments that are not paying taxes on their investments. And I think that as a community with the budget position we're in, we need to certainly realize all new investments into the community need to be paying taxes. And I think that if we have a incentive program that is not actually making the decision of whether or not someone invests here, then it's just an added bonus after the fact that isn't really providing the value that it's intended to. So I think at the point in time it was created, it was a great program and maybe just not as relevant today. So staff will bring forward a report if we pass this. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just another another one of those where I'm sitting in this hall 20 years later and how things have changed. The revitalization tax exemption program was brought forward for absentee landlords in buildings uptown that needed work and just made it look drab. And so 20 years later, here we are changing things, but it's for a good reason. So,
thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And lastly, I'll read this one as well. So whereas Catalyst Paper is committed to conducting business in a manner that protects the environment, conserves resources, reduces its environmental footprint, and ensures sustainable development, and whereas Catalyst has actively minimized impacts with respect to air emissions over the last 10 years, therefore be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council direct staff to write a letter to the Ministry of Environment requesting that they reduce the air emissions permit for Catalyst Paper by 70% per the recommendation of the Air Quality Council, thereby formalizing and bringing into alignment those standards currently being realized by Catalyst Paper. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Solda. And just for additional background on this, the Air Quality Council came to Regional District recently, and it was kind of funny, speaking of timelines. When I was first elected to council just about 10 years ago, I was on the Air Quality Council, and the number one issue that they brought forward for us as a risk to our community for air quality was that Catalyst has voluntarily reduced their air emissions by 90%. However, the Ministry of Environment has not reduced their permit. So if business conditions were to change or Catalyst were to be owned by a different company, which I believe just happened, our community would be at risk of a decision to change the way that business is being done. This issue has been brought to Catalyst, and there's been support from Catalyst. So this is really a Ministry of Environment slowdown. It's been brought to the ministry. They have not updated it. The ministry has said we're focused on industrial companies who are not meeting their standards, not updating permits for companies that have voluntarily reduced. I get that, it makes sense, but I think we still need to look at what's reasonable for our community, and I think it's important that if a 90% voluntary reduction in air emissions is doable at the will of the company, that should be doable long term. That said, there was some recognition from the company at the Air Quality, because they sit on the Air Quality Council, there was a recognition that that amount, 90% reduction, could go up slightly with a different volume of work being done at Catalyst. So 70% was sort of settled on as still a very significant reduction, but that wouldn't put any kind of constraints on Catalyst's operations if they were to ramp up production. Are there any questions? Okay, and the regional district passed a similar motion to write a letter as well. Okay, on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And assuming there's no late new items of new business, we'll move on to question period. This is an opportunity for the public to ask questions of the committee. For those participating electronically, please use the raise your hand feature and you'll be called upon to speak in the order which your hand appears. Just looking at the screen, I don't see any hands raised. Are there any members of the public in the room who would like to ask questions today? Come on forward. And if you don't mind just introducing yourself, that would be great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luann. I'm new to the community. And what I was wondering while I was sitting here is how many people are actually participating in the community watching this? I just was wondering numbers.
In the community watch, like the public safety community watch?
Well, just YouTube or
watching.
Your website. Just,
okay.
Are you able to monitor that?
CAO?
Yeah, through the chair, it's hard to know how many, because we also stream on YouTube. So there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily wanting to comment, but watch it through the online streaming service. But the actual amount of people that are participating on our Teams call, their names would be up on the screen there. So it looks like currently there's a couple staff members up there, but it looks like there's another 2 participants that are on that could raise their hand. All we ask is if a public member wants to be on that list, is that they reach out to corporate services before so we can make sure they're admitted to the meeting. And I know there's people entering and leaving all throughout the meeting tonight.
Yeah, and we have right now 12 watching on YouTube, but you know, it's been a long meeting, so there could have been more earlier on. After the stream ends, people of course do continue to watch it. So when I go back usually and look at old meetings, you know, from a couple months ago, it's up to a couple hundred people typically have viewed it, whatever portion of that.
So the answer is yes, you do monitor. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Other questions from members of the public? Come on forward.
Well, I started, so I might as well. Yeah. Too, right? Stick around. Just wanted to come back up here and hit this button again. It was just, you know, off and then turn it back on. Right? Just a couple things from watching the meeting and not viewing many meetings or seeing, you know, participating, and even though I've been in town here for 10 years. This still seems to be a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that it's a 16.86% increase. just my 2 cents, but I really think you should kind of like go out to your different divisions and challenge them, because they know their divisions better than anybody, of where you could actually maybe save and what the actual most important items are, right? To go through that. And I can't remember what it was called, the jumping gym or whatever it was, but the sheer fact that nobody knew what that was and had to ask for it, right? I mean, I think that's going to apply to a whole bunch of things, right? Like it is what it is, right? I've worked in a few different, I've worked all over Canada actually, mostly in manufacturing, but I've seen some really interesting programs done by different employers to empower their employees and ask for their input on it, right? Even this mill, when I first came here, had an OFI program, basically looking for the input from the employees of where they thought we could save money and what we could do to make this place viable. With that being said, I'm a little bit worried when I hear of corporate taxes possibly going up on the largest employers in town, because they are by no means, there's a lot of treading water going on. And I think a lot of people know that, right? So I won't speak to it any more than that, other than I'll get myself in trouble at work. But it is truly what it is, right? So for an example, when that program came out at Catalyst Paper, I was the E&I manager at the mill for a while. And I basically analyzed power consumption in certain areas. Well, a single piece of equipment in the mill, I saved the mill $120,000 a year by reducing the consumption of power by 10% on a single item. And in the end of the day, when I did the analysis on it, because it was my specialty, the item then ran better. So it actually increased operating efficiency, but saved $120,000, right? Other people that are, really strong and they're the subject matter experts in their area, right? Maybe they can give you guys some synergies like that. It's quite possibly, right? Maybe there's a lot of big spends on here, a lot of vehicles and everything along that lines. Maybe there's a possibility that departments could share a vehicle for a certain thing where they have it, 1 week you've got it, the other week the other department has it. 2 days this week, 3 days next week, yada, yada, right? Just my 2 cents. I'm not trying to dictate anything, right? And then the last one, I can't help myself, is the boards in the rink. There has got to be a corporate sponsor somewhere who wants to put their name on those boards and will buy you those boards, right? I can't help myself. So anyway, thank you for everything, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you. And I just wanted to really agree with you, first of all, going to our staff. And I know that our managers do that on a very regular basis. And I know that they also did it at the beginning of this budget year. But that said, going out in a different way with a challenge of some sort is maybe the way to get people interested. I know that we did have staff members bring forward specifics this year. And those don't necessarily come to a council level, but I think that your intent makes a lot of sense. And I also think it's important to note, and I've been on council for a long time, and what we always end up making changes to is capital, because it's broken out line by line. Yep. It's a lot harder to make changes to operating where we don't know all of the details of what are, in those projects. And we ask a lot of questions, we get a lot of information. We do have a Q&A document online that's been populated throughout the budget process that's got 100 questions on it where staff have provided fantastic answers. So we get as much information as we can, but operational changes are much harder to make than capital, where something funded or canceling a project. The sustainable changes to budget come through operations, and I think we know that. And I commented earlier that those changes often, we think about making them at budget time, but the time to make them is right after the budget for the following year, because they take time as well. So really appreciate your comments and agree completely.
Well, thank you. There's one other one I just can't help myself. I really think you guys should be picking a fight with the regional district. There is a ton of people at Sprout Lake, and I know everybody knows this, but that are making so much money by renting their places and using the town's services. It's just amazing, right? And the rates that are being pulled in out there and stuff like that. And the town benefits from it, not at all. It's horrendous.
Yeah, thank you. And regional district inequities is a huge topic of conversation for us. And we've tried to not pick a fight, but it hasn't gotten us any changed results. So We're not trying to pick a fight necessarily, but we certainly are trying to balance some of the inequities that exist. Some of them are within our control in how we operate our services. Some of them are well outside our control. A topic we've been talking a lot about lately is RCMP cost allocation. The average home in the city of Port Alberni pays $600 a year, and the average home in the regional district pays $60 to $80 for the same service. So some very significant cost inequities that we don't necessarily have the ability to control that locally. It's in the Provincial Policing Act and how it's allocated, but it's a massive inequity that exists and needs to be rectified. So we have been meeting with the provincial minister on that and taking motions to UBCM as well, but it's not something that will change quickly. Just one example.
Move slow.
Mike.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd just like to put a plug out for our master plans coming up. It sets the service levels for the next 10 plus years. So where the OCP gives us high direction on how the community is moving forward, the master plans will dig into each area. So we're doing about 8 or 9 master plans. I would really highly suggest that you go out and put your input into how you'd like to see the services at the city run.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who would like to come forward? Joseph.
Thank you. Good evening, and I hope you guys all had a nap today. It's pretty late. Just one comment on that fact. I don't know, the regular council meetings are a lot shorter. I don't know if you can reallocate some of this over back to your council meetings, so your committee of the whole meetings are a little shorter. Might be not a bad idea, because a lot of it seems can be taken care of at the regular meeting. But anyhow, that's just a thought, because that's pretty late. Just a quick couple questions. It was mentioned about major industry taxation is pretty low. We don't have, I think you said, I don't know if it was said none of that, but there is some, very little. But a place like Western Forest Products, APD, which I don't think is operational right now. I think it has, nothing's changed in that. They're currently paying taxes still, I believe, right? Okay, good. And SOMAS Lands, prior to the sale, was paying taxes on that, correct? Yeah, good, okay. So with that, some of that in mind, maybe taxation on it would, a good taxation might say, boy, we better do something about our land. It's costing us, I don't know. But anyhow, just another thing just to, was mentioned about hookup fees for charges for hookup for water, sewer, and storm. And there was one proposal with it being increased to maybe $6,000. And it was mentioned that might increase the budget with 18 requests last year to $98,000. That would change if that were the case, like looking at the past fees, if you were to look at that as it is $9,600 for the 3 services, if you were doing new, that would increase the cost to $18,000 if you're doing a new construction on a new home. That's quite an increase. But my thoughts are okay on new development, maybe new residential, whole new subdivisions. But on the areas of infill, I don't know if you would look at that and say maybe we should on infill promoting. I noticed in town here, just in the older areas, at least 4 or 5 properties where they've subdivided large lots into smaller lots and then built something on it. Hopefully those houses are at a lower cost than it would be in a brand new subdivision. So that might be something to look at, is saying maybe on infill, and I think the government's also promoting secondary suites, that sort of thing, to keep those costs a little lower so that it makes it a little more affordable to do that infill, higher density in residential or secondary suites or another home on that property. So it might be something to look at and say, okay, to promote that, maybe we'll keep them. Yeah, I know some cities do that. They keep their DCCs down a little bit and those costs down to promote infill in the where, of course, it's not costing as much. You're not running new services up there, or they're already running past in front of the yard. It's just a matter of the connection, which is still costly. So that might be something to consider. That maybe that's something that can be looked at to make it a little cheaper or a little less expensive for people that want to subdivide off a piece or put a suite or a unit on the back of the yard, sort of thing. Just a thought. That's not really a question, I don't think. The other one is capital projects, big costs. You did a really good job on reallocating and canceling some of the things and reallocating some funds for a future year, quite a bit. And but there's some capital projects that we know that are very expensive. Connect the Key, the Roger Creek extension, and of course the Somass lands. And I'm just wondering if you would consider maybe canceling some of those and reallocating. The Connect the Key is a big one, and those are some of the really big ones. So that's something that are huge costs on those, so there maybe that one might be one you might want to look at. One of those. The Somass land's too hard because I think that's a snowball that's rolling too fast. You can't really stop that one. If you do, you're just going to get squashed, probably. But Somass lands, I don't see anything that breaks down for the cost for the budget for 2024, just for the immediate costs like insurance costs, security costs, remediation, demolition, the overall cost, what is actually in there for the 2024 budget on the Somass lands. And of course, less the taxation that was there. Not that that matters. I say that's a snowball there. I don't know if you call it a snowball or a rock that's coming down off the hill. You don't want to stand in the way of that one. So that's already going. But the others can be. I think there is a possibility of for a future date. Just some thoughts and some questions there. So thank you.
Thanks. I think we'll ask that our Director of Finance add to the budget Q&A any costs for the year related to SOMAS, just for information, so that they're out there. If council wanted to cancel the Key to Key, certainly they could do that. That said, I'm sure you've seen it. It is largely under construction, and we do have contracts signed on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one other quick question. Under the, where am I here? Local events. What is event-driven category? What does that refer to? Is there something I can read up what that is?
The intent of it in the report was organized by outside agencies.
Right. But it says it has to align with event-driven categories, I think is what it says on there. So that's something the city has in place, a category event-driven. I'm not sure what that refers to.
CAO?
Through the chair, I believe the director of Parks, Rec and Culture came up with that language to try and explain the current events that we propose to move forward with. Really, when we develop a policy, ones that the community does on their own probably won't be listed in the policy because there could be many of them that we wouldn't understand. But these are some of the events that happen that currently are either some people think are the city that runs them that aren't the city, and there's some confusion around it. So the idea of creating a policy around it is to add that clarity. What events does the city actually put funds behind? What do we actually collaborate on? And what are the events that happen in the community that we don't have an involvement except for maybe a road use permit or something along the lines of that?
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, Joseph, I do want to note we had a committee of the whole that went to 11 recently, so this one's not even late. Thank you. Would somebody like to move adjournment? Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Meeting adjourned.